Welcome back to the 2022 U.S. Rowing Youth National Championship from Nathan Benderson Park in Sarasota, Bradenton, Florida. My name is David Wyant. I am joined in the Finish Tower broadcast booth by Lindsay Shoup, and we are getting ready here for more A-B semifinals this afternoon is how we're going to start it off again. And in this situation, we are starting off with a new event. On the race course is the men's under 16 coxed quad. We talked about these coxed quads being new events and giving these younger athletes an opportunity to race against other athletes their age and not having to make necessarily like a varsity boat in order to get to nationals. So much more inclusive. Look at this start, really competitive. Let me set the field. TriStar in lane 2, Sarasota Crew in lane 3, Camp Randall in lane 4, Long Beach Junior in lane 5, Newport Seabase in lane 6, and in lane 7 is CRI's B entry.
And as they take it off here, we have these coxed quads where another part of being a relatively new entry here is that they have the opportunity to be in a sculling event, be in a team sculling event, but to take away the element of having to steer the event is kind of that stepping stone in between racing the quads, that by virtue of the fact that there isn't a coxswain will be a faster event, by virtue of the fact that they'll have more strokes under their belts, it will be a faster event as well. But here we are in this men's U16 coxed quad first of two semifinals here, deciding who will go into the A and B finals, and all of these boats are still very well in contact or very well close to one another in this first quarter of the race. Still a lot of strokes left to be taken, but everyone is maintaining some pretty solid contact for the first 500 meters.
So Camp Randall maybe with a slight lead. They did win the time trial yesterday. Camp Randall out of Madison, Wisconsin. They're about a deck ahead there of Long Beach Junior, who finished fourth in the time trial, 4 seconds behind Camp Randall. So this is not necessarily out of what we would have expected, except for the fact that you've got Sarasota Crew there in the blue boat that maybe has even brought it to even as they come through 500 meters. You could see it was a tenth of a second. It looks pretty even to my eye on the right side of the screen there. Sarasota Crew, the blue boat, just above the white boat, which is the boat from Camp Randall. And then closer to the picture there, another white boat with white jerseys. That is Long Beach Crew. So just like we had all morning long with A-B semifinals, you got to finish top 3 to move through to the A final and go for medals and a national championship in this new event, the men's under 16 coxed quad. And right now we do have 3 that have sort of pushed out.
And for frame of reference here, with some of these newer events, maybe these athletes have a few fewer practices under their belt as well, so you might see variability from race to race as they learn every single step of the process, every stroke they take, they learn. So coming out of the time trial, Camp Randall was the team that came in with the top time by a significant margin over what Sarasota Crew's time would have been that they laid down, but as you can see still in the picture, it is in lanes 3, 4, and 5, Sarasota Crew, Camp Randall, and Long Beach that are the 3 out in front. But if you were to go just on time trial speeds alone, there was a 9-second gap from 1st to 5th, which would have been the difference between Camp Randall and Sarasota. But that's not what we are seeing here now that these young men are down here side by side in lanes, having another opportunity, another go at racing here on the course.
What do they say? Racing is racing, and you get side by side with your competitors. And oftentimes, at least for the rowers, it can be a little bit more motivating than simply going down the race course at a stagger and having to really self-motivate yourself. Although there is a coxswain, so don't get me wrong. I was a coxswain. I'm not going to discount the fact that the coxswain is calling a race plan and presumably trying to motivate the rowers to move the boat fast. But at the same time, it's just different when you line up side by side. Right now, Camp Randall has moved out to a little bit of open water, it appears. And then you can see just how dead level it is between Sarasota Crew and Newport Seabase, in lanes 3 and 5 for second and third place. So these boats have moved out. They continue to move out. Camp Randall really has kind of put down the gas pedal a little bit. Now they have open water. And you see this stroke-for-stroke battle here. Newport Seabase at 1250 wanting to take some advantage on Sarasota Crew.
You can see the bowman there in that Long Beach Junior Crew that's currently in second place, looking over and going, hey, we want to take a little bit more of a lead over Sarasota Crew. And it looks like as we get into the meat of this third 500 that they are doing so. That little peak over there, I don't always as a coach advise peeking out of the boat because it kind of throws things off a little bit. Your head weighs a lot. The more it moves around, the more that you can toss the boat around. But it's also giving them a little bit of motivation to kind of nudge out just a hair as they approach the last 500 here over Sarasota Crew in the blue hole at the top of your picture. No matter what, though, is going on between Sarasota Crew and Long Beach Juniors, Camp Randall is still out there in front, maintaining that length lead that they have on second and third place right now.
Yeah, thanks for correcting me. It's Long Beach. It's not Newport Seabase. Sorry.
It's all good.
Sorry, fans of Newport Seabase, but it is Long Beach that is sitting in second place right now, about a deck ahead of Sarasota Crew, as you see on the picture, and trying to track down the men from Camp Randall in this under 16 coxed quad semifinal. You can see the times as they came through at 500 meters to go, the 1,500 meter point in our 2,000 meter race course here at Nathan Benderson Park. You can see that the wind has picked up just a little bit. Closer to the finish line here, it's more of a tailwind. At the start line, it's more of a crosswind. Certainly not affecting these boats given that they have a coxswain and that they are moving quickly. It really doesn't seem to be affecting the rowing. You're not seeing a bunch of blades hit the water, a bunch of white water come up. Still beautiful flat water here at Nathan Benderson Park, and Camp Randall is enjoying it.
Pretty clean rowing that we're having. And outside of the top three, we do have TriStar and Newport Seabase. Speaking of them, they are vying for fourth and fifth place right now, and they're very close in terms of what they're doing. The only crew that's a little bit off the pack at this point is CRI's B entry here in the red hull that's closest to the finish line tower shore. However, they're still right there in striking distance. They can certainly hear the boat that's next to them, that Newport Seabase boat, and the coxswain can certainly see that Newport Seabase boat. You know, David, I know that you've mentioned from the coxswain standpoint, being in one of those outside lanes, you only have to look one direction to see where everyone is. So I'm sure the coxswain is giving them a clear picture of where they stand at this point in the race. The question is, do Newport Seabase and TriStar know where one another is with that referee's launch there in the middle of the course?
Yeah, that's a wrench in the plan there for the coxswain from TriStar, looking over and having a launch in his or her way. As you see, Camp Randall kind of rowing away with it now. They've got about a length of open water. Sarasota Crew winding it up, trying to keep it level or get very close to Long Beach Junior. It's going to come right down to it.
Gosh, still very close, going back and forth there between second and third place, Long Beach Juniors and Sarasota Crew. Camp Randall extended their lead to well over clear water, and it is in lane 5. Long Beach Juniors that come across about half length, just between a half and a quarter length ahead of Sarasota, and it is out in the far side TriStar who has overtaken Newport Seabase, and it looks like they're going to hang on to about a half a length or a deck at least over the Newport Seabase crew, who maintains clear water over CRI's B entry to round out this field of 6 in the men's U16 coxed quad semifinal 1.
And the first race of our afternoon, kicking it back off here, day 2 at the 2022 U.S. Rowing Youth National Championships. No rest for the weary, especially with just a little bit of a delay there getting that first one off. We're already on the race course. Let me set the field for you. This is semifinal 2, the AB semifinal 2 of the men's under 16 coxed quad, as they come through 250 meters. In lane 2, furthest from the camera, is CRI, their A entry. Lane 3 is Detroit. Lane 4 is Maritime. Lane 5 is River City. Lane 6 is Los Gatos, and in lane 7 is Row America Rye. This one, Lindsay's starting to kind of space out a little bit more than the others early.
You know, when you look at where these teams kind of fell through their time trials, you know, it gives them an opportunity to go down the course. And you and I keep going back and forth. Time trials matter. No, they don't matter. Yes, they matter. No, they don't matter. It really depends on the crew itself. You know, if you have a little more experience and whether you're beside someone or not, if that infiltrates your bubble, your team bubble, so to speak. I know some coaches like to use that phrase, maintaining your focus, maintaining your own bubble. If you're able to stay focused with regardless of whether someone is next to you or not, that's going to allow you to similarly compare what's going on in the time trial to your next race, which we're currently in that semifinal 2 of the U16 men's coxed quad. But what you'll tend to see is that, you know, being side by side will elicit maybe a little bit of emotion when the races are particularly close. That little extra push, that little extra nudge of inspiration to dig a little bit deeper when the hurt starts to set in. It's a little bit easier to do when you're side by side than it is in a time trial. But again, you know, with the level of experience, some of these athletes maybe rode in middle school. Some of them, maybe this is their first race. You know, the way that they're getting here, we don't know how many strokes each of them individually has taken. So every stroke on the course is a learning experience. So the difference between time trial to side by side might be greater at a newer stage than it would be at a later stage of training tenure.
Absolutely. They did have to qualify to get here, so at least they raced this event one time at their regional championship or state championship, their qualifier for youth nationals. Right now you have River City maintaining, you can see, about a 2-seat lead, which is probably about 12, 13 feet there. River City out of West Sacramento, California, just ahead of Maritime. And Maritime beat River City in the time trial yesterday by a second. So right now you got River City changing the narrative. They are side-by-side racing. Maybe they're a little quicker in that setting. At least to this point they have been as we approach halfway with those two. That's the battle that you have on your screen here as River City starts to kind of see their lead swell a little bit. It's really still quite close, but it seems like they're taking a couple of inches of stroke. Then it looks like the third place boat is the boat adjacent to River City, which is Los Gatos.
And then over on the far side of the course between Detroit and CRI, there was a very close battle happening over there very early into the race. We're barely halfway at this point, so they have a lot of time to make up, see if they can push off of one another to get a little extra inspiration, a little extra speed. But at this point, the top three contenders are clear water of the back three contenders here in this particular race. The top three being Maritime, River City, and Los Gatos right now, and it is Maritime in that middle position, that clear pole position at this point. It's going to be lanes 4 and 5 today, since we're shifted over to lane 2 instead of being all the way in lane 1. But it is River City in the middle, sandwiched between Maritime and Los Gatos, who are our three leaders at this point.
Yeah, so the shot right there is Los Gatos closest to the camera. They're sitting in third place as you see it pan over. That's your second and first place boats as they come through 1250. Second place is Maritime. First place continues to be River City. And we brought it up a few times, but it is quite interesting. It always is to me. First of all, these coxswains laying down in the front of these boats, their eye level is very close to the water. It's pretty thrilling. You feel like you're going extremely fast. But in this situation with River City, the only boat that River City coxswain can probably see at all is Maritime. And probably still can, but he's going to have to put his head all the way over to the left side to see that boat, but then can't see anyone else. Now, obviously, we talked about how the rowers need to keep the coxswain informed, and they need to also sort of just do their job, even if they don't engage the coxswain on trying to counter a move. Obviously, River City is comfortable there, and even though Maritime has pushed a couple times, including now.
You can see them inching up
little by little. Continue to kind of just stay steady.
You can see, I was going to say in the last little bit here before we get into the last 250 meters, so we're coming into the closing quarter of this race. Maritime was nudging up little by little, stroke per stroke on River City, and whether that's enough pressure on our current leaders or has yet to be determined, but it is, you can tell where you're moving just imperceptibly. When you look for moves in a race, you aren't looking for a massive change in speed necessarily. Sometimes it does happen, but it doesn't need to be a massive change in speed. Just that very minute amount change in speed per stroke makes a massive difference by the time the race is at its close. So as Maritime and River City continue to battle it out ahead, it is Los Gatos there sitting in third place, and they do have a comfortable margin at this point. But again, enough strokes still to be taken that might allow, it looks like over on the far side again, Detroit and CRI pushing up. Can they grab back into contact with Los Gatos, or will it be clear water for the top three separating to the back three in this race?
Yeah, it's Detroit that's really trying, but they have open water to close on Los Gatos. Up front continues to be River City. I would have said to you, Lindsay, that if you put me in a coxswain seat and I'm sitting half a length behind the boat that's in first place at 500 meters to go, I'd rather be in the trailing boat. But that's just the racer in me. Because what you were talking about is if you're a coxswain and you notice that you're starting to take just ever so slight amounts every time you drop in the water, if you can call that out and the rowers start perceiving it, you will find yourself with a tremendous amount of momentum. I mean, I saw it many times when I was in boats. But it's going to be River City. They're going to hang on here, it appears, and move forward to the A final in this new event at our 2022 U.S. Rowing Youth National Championship. It's a men's under 16 coxed quad. It's River City ahead of Maritime, and then it will continue to be the boat from Los Gatos. Unofficially, those three will move through to the A final, and then trailing them going to the B final will be Detroit, and then CRI and Row America Rye.
And we are underway, almost nearly a minute and a half into this first of two semifinals for the women's under 16 coxed quad event. Top three to the A final, next three to the B final. Two of these semifinals about to happen coming down the race course. In the far lane, let's lay this out for you. In lane 2, that's going to be First Coast. In lane 3, Lakeside. Lane 4 is California Yacht Club. Lane 5 is Los Gatos. Lane 6 is Maritime B. Lane 7, Oregon Unlimited. And as we cross into the through the first 500 meter mark into the second 500 meters, about 5 out of these 6 boats are all clearly well stacked together across. There's only maybe 1 or 2 outliers at this point, but everyone's still very much a part of this race. The only crew that's maybe setting themselves out just a little bit here early on is the crew out of California Yacht Club.
So California Yacht Club is in front, and they look very steady. I'll get a stroke rating on them maybe the next time that Lindsay chimes in, but it looks very low. It looks very long. It looks like they have a fair amount of experience in this boat, quite frankly, the way that they are rowing right now. But this is quite a race that we have early on, especially in these Cox Quad events. We haven't seen a ton of close racing. That previous race was pretty good at the end. River City and Maritime connected at the finish line. But we haven't seen a ton of boats that are really in the mix for the top 3 spots. It's typically been 3 that have pushed out. So you've got California Yacht Club right now with about a seat of open water. And it looks like they're ahead of Los Gatos. Los Gatos with about a half a length, it looks like, on the boat from First Coast. But you can see everyone is still there. Right behind First Coast is Lakeside out of Seattle. Then you've got on the right side, you've got Maritime and Oregon Rowing Unlimited that are connected with each other. So as we get to the halfway point, what we will know is that very likely California Yacht Club will get there first. But everybody is still in it. What a shot.
Well, and that crew out of First Coast over on the far side in lane 2 is giving themselves a solid second place position or third place position at this point. They want to get back into Los Gatos there. I'm sure, as you've mentioned, that these crews have likely not seen each other up until this point, one being from Florida, one being from California, and here they are meeting in Florida probably for the first time in this particular event, and so you just get on the course, and you go out on the course and you do the best you can, with what you have on race day, which is one of the most amazing things, right? What do? You go out, you give the best you can on race day, and when you cross the line, that's all that matters. You know what you've done. And right now we can see the California Yacht Club, what they're doing. California Yacht Club, of course, here out of Los Angeles, is setting the standard, setting a pace very early. Looks like they've already broken open water clear on the rest of the field, with that close boat, or that boat from Los Gatos, being closely trailed by First Coast out in lane 2.
So California Yacht Club at 29 or 30 strokes a minute out in front, and considerably slower than second place Los Gatos, who was about 34, 35. So that's your lead crew right now coming through 1250. Again, it looks extremely controlled. If they're going to be able to go down the course at 30, they're going to set themselves up pretty well, especially if they win this semifinal, move forward to that A final. As you see, Los Gatos sitting there still in second place, but that boat that's really starting to challenge them is that boat from First Coast. They keep taking moves. They keep taking punches at Los Gatos, Lindsay, but Los Gatos keeps countering it pretty much every time that it happens.
Depending on what these crews have under their belt in terms of stroke rate experience, that could be part of it. Is, okay, maybe we'll bump it up just a little bit here just to keep ourselves in front of you, keep an eye on what's going on behind you. But certainly, as you mentioned just a moment ago, David, the fact that California Yacht Club is about 4 beats of rate lower than a lot of the rest of the field, it gives them a lot more time to breathe between strokes, which will allow the boat a little bit more time to run out in between strokes and work for you. So just because you're rowing higher doesn't always mean it's more effective. It's all about how much distance can you cover per stroke, what's most effective for you, how are you dividing the work, how are you training for this. There's a different style of training that comes into play with different stroke rates that you use, potentially a different type of body build too that will benefit you based on your stroke length naturally, depending on what sort of stroke length you're actually choosing to race with as you go down the course.
So it continues to be the same top 3. The 4th place boat is Oregon Rowing Unlimited, and they're getting back into the mix here. to see what they can do in the last 500 meters. But I'm very impressed with this California Yacht Club crew. We had that overhead shot that was really, really a beautiful shot of what they are doing. And quite frankly, when you look at this crew, and then you think about the fact that they are 15 years of age or younger, all of them, it makes it all the more impressive. Because clearly, as I said, they have been very well coached already. And if you're rowing like this at 15 years of age or younger, you're setting yourself up for a great career in rowing. So hopefully this is firing them up in this semifinal of the women's under 16 coxed quad. Top 3 will move through. It continues to be California Yacht Club, Los Gatos, and First Coast.
Apart from the top 3 that have been out there in front the whole time with California Yacht Club, Los Gatos, and First Coast, it is Oregon Unlimited on the inside lane that is looking to turn on a little bit of heat here in the last 200 or so meters of the race course. But have they run out of run out of distance to catch up with First Coast? First Coast, of course, crew out of Florida here with 7 entries this year. That's the most that the team has posted, qualified here for nationals. So great showing for them. So nice to see them performing well, potentially being in the top 3, moving forward in this particular event to that A final.
So moving through to the A final unofficially, it's going to be California Yacht Club in style ahead of Los Gatos and First Coast. And then unofficially going to the B final in this women's under 16 coxed quad event, it's going to be Oregon Rowing Unlimited, Lakeside, and Maritime B. That was AB semifinal 1 of the women's under 16 coxed quad. And we will come back shortly with semifinal 2.
And here we are underway about a minute and a half into the semifinal 2, the second of 2 semifinals for the women's under 16 coxed quad event. This race will decide the other 3 crews that will meet, the 3 that just qualified through to the A final, and separate out the difference between the A final and the B final in this event that will take place later this weekend. As we get into the second 500 of this race, all crews are still in contact with one another. In the middle lane there, it appears to be in lane 4, the third lane over Maritime, who has asserted itself a little bit ahead of the pack at this point, setting the standard, setting the pace early on, but again, not breaking away too much. There hasn't been enough race to occur yet for anyone to really break away, but if they continue at the paces that they are, you'll just see them continue to inch out over the course of the race. It appears that maybe in a close second behind them, or not in a close second, but in second place behind them is Row America Rye, but it's again very close between Row America Rye, Hockaday, and Redwood Scullers behind your leaders out of Maritime.
Great race so far. 700 meters in, roughly. And the only thing that we know is Maritime A is out in front. You can see them on the right side of the screen. Look at the battle in the adjacent lane between the Hockaday School and Redwood Scullers. They are stroke for stroke. Maybe just a slight advantage for the Hockaday School. Then you've got a slight advantage in lane 6, which is Row America Rye over Parati out of the Woodlands, Texas, and Parati with maybe about 5 feet over Sarasota Crew. So that's your whole field. As you saw them come through 500 and you looked at the times, about 2.5, 3 seconds separating everyone at that point. It's going to be a little bit more as they come through 1,000, but that's only because Maritime has really turned it up. And you see another great shot from overhead of this Maritime crew.
all the moving parts that you have in there. The challenge in the quad is that, you know, the blades themselves, the oars themselves weigh a little bit less, and you have to keep everything moving. The overlap of the hands, the wheels rolling, you know, there are just more moving parts in here, so that can create a bit of a challenge because the boat moves very, very fast. It's easy to get stuck if you aren't really pushing those legs with all of your might and hanging off of your long arms, because then the boat picks up speed on you and it just pushes against the back of the oar, which ends up getting you a little bit stuck in the water. So you have to be light and quick in these boats to get them up to speed and keep them up to speed. You got to really, really be strong in the legs. And, you know, we mentioned earlier that sculling, being able to be in a fast boat while sculling, being able to be in a team boat while sculling, it prolongs your career in the sport because, you know, you're not, there is symmetry to it, which is a beautiful thing.
So we have Maritime, who finished second in the time trial to California Yacht Club, who we saw win the previous semifinal, out on the field. And just so that we can sort of bring up the gaps, Parati, who's sitting in fourth place, was 5 seconds behind Maritime in the time trial and finished in third, and they're sitting in fourth place in this very competitive AB semifinal of this women's under-16 coxed quad. You see there the Hockaday School with those Volt hats out of Dallas, Texas, and they're being pressed. I mean, you see these crews coming up. Look at that pan shot. You have Parati, Row America Rise, Sarasota crew all in adjacent lanes, and everybody is still there as they're into this third 500, almost at 1250. What can happen in these last 750? A lot really can happen.
That's a beautiful stagger there, almost like the perfect amount of distance between those three leading crews that we have right now out of Maritime, Hockaday, and Redwood Scullers. It's not quite a length from Maritime back to Hockaday, and then about a half a length from them to Redwood Scullers. But as we get into the meat of the race here, Redwood Scullers is applying even more pressure. You can see them in that red hull at the top of the picture, looking to take away a little bit of the lead that is on them right now by Hockaday. But all three of those crews almost have broken clear water to the current fourth place boat out of Parati, also from Texas. So if you look at those the buoys going across, you can see kind of the straight lines of the buoys. It almost looks like the stern of the Redwood Scullers red boat clears the buoys before that fourth place boat's bow ball crosses the next buoy. That's what we're looking at. That's how we can tell if they have clear water or not.
Redwood Scullers finished 10th in the time trial, but trying to cement their spot at least in the top 6, sitting in third place. So trying to show that time trial maybe wasn't their best piece, but at the same time, as we have heard from a lot of these coaches, particularly as they oversee these younger events that we have here, the under-16, under-15 events, that they are consistently telling us that every single time these boats go on the water, they find more speed. And very, very well, that may be what's happening in Redwood Scullers as they continue to maintain connection with second place Hockaday, who maintains connection with first place Maritime, as we are into the last 400 meters of this semifinal 2 of the women's under-16 coxed quad. The boat that has the best chance to try to get in the mix here is Parati, and they are being pushed by Row America Rye to the adjacent lane closer to the beach, or closer to the camera shot that you have now from the drone. But I just think they're going to run out of water. And here comes that red boat from Redwood Scullers starting to even close the gap on the boat from the Hockaday School.
With the coxswain down there in the bow, they know that those red buoys are coming, and that's one of those great feelings as an athlete. When you see all red buoys, you know it's 250 meters are left. That's the point when you're probably counting. If you count, not many people actually count. You go 1, 1, 1, 1. How many strokes, how close, how quickly can we get to the finish line? I always say in rowing, the better you get, it never gets easier. You just go faster. So as all of these athletes now know that they can smell the finish line, they can feel the finish line because they have those red buoys. You'll see them ramp it up here. And as they do it, it is Maritime from end to end here who has taken the lead, maintained the lead. But because of the battle that's going on between Hockaday and Redwood Scullers, it has eaten into that lead that Maritime had clear on everyone throughout the majority of this race. It is applying some pressure, but they do still have a significant margin here, barring any major adjustments here at this point. But, you know, we have to mention Redwood Scullers. They were 10th out of the time trial. Parati was 3rd, and they were able to best them here in this side-by-side race. So as the race comes down, it is at a lane 4, Maritime crossing unofficially first, with Hockaday School following them in second, Redwood Scullers, followed by Parati, then Row America Rye, and it will be Sarasota crew rounding out these 6 boats in this semifinal 2 of the women's under-16 coxed quad event.
Okay, we're on the race course. You saw them start. 6 boats across. This is another new event, an age category event. The men's under 16 eights. And out of the time trial, this is again an AB semifinal. And I'll set the field for you furthest from the cameras. Excuse me, if we go to the drone, it would be on the right side is Everett. In lane 3 is Row America Rye. Lane 4 is NorCal. Lane 5 is Belen Jesuit. And in lane 6 is Oars. So that is your lineup as they come down and into the first 250 meters. You see that sign on the right side of the screen up at the top on land. And we see a pretty trademark quick start from Belen Jesuit in that gold boat in lane 5. They have been known for that over the past 10 or so years that they have been rowing out here. I can't tell you how many, it's countless times that I have watched them kind of explode off the start and get out there to a lead. And then it looks like, these 3 boats are really kind of going at it. It's Belen Jesuit, just above them is NorCal, and just above them is Row America Rye, and it's just trading punches at this point.
I love seeing that shot with the 8s across, and you can see that many bodies all in one picture, and it just really goes to show like the amount of effort that's going into what's happening on the course, and without being distracted, like not allowing the distractions to occur. These boats are distanced apart from one another, but as we see it from the side shot, you can just see how many heads are in the picture in one. It just makes it fun, for lack of a better word, coming to the tip of the tongue at this moment.
It feels like they're close together, but they really pretty much are. You feel like when you're in these boats that you are close together against your competitors that are adjacent to you in these lanes. The lanes really, if you went too wide in a lane, you might fit. So that's how close they are. They're, probably 20 feet from one another as they come down. We have a new leader there trying to push out is NorCal, and they've done it. And actually going with NorCal is Row America Rye. I think they're also now ahead of your early leader, which was Belen Jesuit. Again, this is a 5-boat race, and it's the men's under 16 eights, a new event here. And they're going for spots in the A final to try to go for a national championship in this new boat class. Sitting in 4th place, excuse me, is the boat on far left, which is Row America, Everett. And then far right, when you had that drone shot from behind as they come through 750, is Orlando Area Rowing Society Oars. So that there is Everett in those trademark Volt caps. And then that is Oars. This may actually be Oars Oakland. Tough to say. Their uniforms are the same. They have the same team name. We'll maybe be able to get a better shot of them at some point, and I can make
being
sure.
Orlando Area Rowing Society in Oakland area as well, so that does make it a hard overlap there. We need Volt hats on them, David.
Totally.
So as we discuss the Volt hats of Everett over there, out of Everett, Washington, it is in that center lane. NorCal setting this standard now. They said, okay, you know what? You getting off to a quick start is not going to shake us off of our game. We're going to stick to our plan, which has allowed them to lengthen out to the better part of 3/4 of a length lead here in the meat of the race through the second 500, crossing into the second 1,000 of this race. NorCal was the top qualifier out of the time trial in this event. They were a good 4 seconds faster than the second place. So Belen was the 4th place. So the top 3 qualifying crews in this, so 1st, 4th, and 5th place out of the time trial were NorCal, Belen Jesuit, and Row America Rye. So to see them out in front could be a predictable thing, but the delineation of where they fall right now is a little bit different than what they were in that time trial. But as every stroke that it seems that NorCal is taking, they're gaining a little bit more of a lead. They aren't quite out to clear water, and for as much as they want it, Row America Rye is not going to let them have it.
So it is, I will confirm, Orlando Area Rowing Society in lane 6. I saw the blades while Lindsay was telling you what is happening on the screen. You can see on the right side that is NorCal. And Belen Jesuit has now gotten past Row America Rye again, so they have been trading places as Belen Jesuit and Row America Rye. This is, again, another one of these battles that they're going to remember, and assuming that both boats move back or move into the A final, they're going to be very close probably in the A final, and maybe they're going to think about, oh, the other crew did this here, so we need to look out for it. Maybe we counter it by planning to do something here. You never know what happens. As I've been talking, it looked to me like Row America Rye got ahead of Belen Jesuit, and then Belen Jesuit got back ahead of Row America Rye. So this is a very competitive race for 2nd and 3rd place behind NorCal. that is kind of running away with it at this point.
And they're going to have more than a 3-second lead at that point. You could see where Clearwater was, as we've mentioned before, about a boat length is right about 3 seconds. And then the faster the boat travels, it just covers more distance per second. So the boat length, you're looking at a single being between 25 and 30 feet long. You're looking at an 8 being upwards of almost 60 feet long, but not quite. That's just more distance covered in those same 3 seconds. And talk about distance being covered. It is NorCal covering the distance of this 2,000-meter race a lot faster at this point than everyone else. A 3-second margin in these races is quite a lot of distance, actually. It might not look like a lot on paper, but it is a comfortable amount on the second and third place crews who, it's Row America Rye and Belen Jesuit really have been pacing each other in the beginning, especially if you factor in that Belen had the faster start early on. Now Row America Rye, they have very similar base speeds down the course. So remedy a couple things between here and the semi and the finals going on. Moving forward here, it looks as though the top 3 crews will be NorCal, Belen Jesuit, and Row America Rye, not necessarily in that particular order, that will advance to the A final. But could the 2 crews that are vying for second and third, battling it out down the course, trading bow balls, trading leads down the course, could they make a few adjustments to their race plan and swap the result come final when that gets raced later on?
Yeah, very well could. We will find out, because they were back and forth the whole way. It's going to be NorCal, then it's going to be Belen Jesuit, and then it's going to be Row America Rye. I had Belen Jesuit a beat and a half higher than Row America Rye, and also Belen Jesuit went up, it looked to me like, higher, which is kind of typical of them at the finish line as well. They're very proficient at high stroke cadences, and they have a long history of lightweight rowing, which sometimes is driven by higher cadences. As you see Everett coming across the line, and they will finish considerably ahead of Oars, and those 2 boats will go to the B final in this men's under 16.8 category. A new category for our 2022 U.S. Rowing Youth National Championships here at Nathan Benderson Park. And if you're tuning in at home, you're watching down here on the beach behind the barricades, you're watching the Jumbotron, or you're watching the actual boats come by the beach here at Nathan Benderson Park. We hope that we're giving you some pretty accurate information as to what you're seeing, and that you're enjoying yourselves as you watch these 2022 U.S. Rowing Youth National Championships. And we will go silent here for a minute or two until we get on the race course with semifinal 2 of the men's under 16.8.
I'm Alex Delsor, the Rower's Choice, and this is U.S. Rowing's Man on the Beach, and I have found 2 fantastic coaches from North Carolina, Aaron and Jason, head coach and assistant coach. Aaron, day 1 here at Youth National Championships, how excited are you to be here?
Oh, we're super excited. It's great because unlike regular racing, the time trials, they just keep coming. They just keep coming, and they're real close. And yeah, it's been really fun. We've seen a bunch of kids.
And Jason, how long have you been in the rowing world here?
Well, this is my first year coaching with Aaron at UNC, and I guess I started rowing back in high school, 2004. So.
Heck yeah! Well, the mustache is fantastic. So North Carolina, not too far away from Florida. It's about what, 10-hour drive from here?
I don't know.
12 hours?
All the time.
He's the one that does it all the time.
All the time.
So what are you looking for? Why are you guys here for this race?
Oh, a couple reasons. Great chance for us to see some of our kids that are going to be coming to UNC next year and the year after. Also getting to talk to coaches, and then just watching rowing. And part of it too is like stuff like this is just being seen, so that kids can put names with faces. And when we, make those phone calls or send that email, they kind of know like who's on the other end of it.
Well, I love the blue because we're very close to that.
Good.
But anyone out there, if you find these 2 fantastic coaches, Aaron and Jason, come take a look. Come talk to them. Talk about UNC. Talk about rowing. Talk about college rowing. More from us later. Thanks. I'm Alex Del Sor with Rower's Choice. This is US Rowing's Man on the Beach, and I'm with Issa from Port Rowing. You're beating the heat, my man. Yeah. It is sweltering out here. But tell me, who do you got down here in Sarasota?
So we brought our boys 1 and 2 V8, our girls 1 and 2 V8, and our boys U17 quad.
And before we started the interview, we said that this is the largest group you've ever had. Is that right?
Yeah. It's like we brought over 40 athletes, first time ever.
That's incredible. Now, we just saw the 1 and 2 Vs go down. How well is your squad performing so far today?
I think it's okay. It's like you're in a really tight competition. So I've seen some crews we beat them by 10 seconds, they beat us by 15 seconds today. Things are all over the place, but it's end of season. You just got to be ready.
Now, last question, because I don't think a lot of our people watching this. Where is Port Rowing?
We're on the North Shore of Long Island. So
North Shore of Long Island, that's a long way away from, we're down here in Florida. Anyway, check out Issa's team, Port Rowing. More, I think, coming down Saturday in the finals.
Yeah.
There it is. Tune in and watch them. Thanks.
Started CrossFit 3 years ago, right after college.
Just a beautiful overhead shot there on the takeoff here from the start, just to watch all those crews go from a dead stop, getting up to speed. You can see that they're at their high strokes. You can see the referees folding in behind them, which means the race is underway. All of these crews going to lengthen out shortly to either a sub-lengthen, which is kind of the first step to lengthen out to their pounding, amazing, strong, solid, efficient, effective base rhythm. And from left to right, or right to left, I guess, as we were seeing, far side of the picture to the near side. In lane 2 is Space Coast. Lane 3, Saugatuck. Lane 4, St. Joe's Prep. Lane 5, Marin. And lane 6, Pacific. And just as I read it, it's kind of this perfect triangular chevron picture that you would expect. That's how lanes get stacked coming out of time trials. The faster crews are technically supposed to be bunched toward the middle and then taper out from there. That's what I mean by that chevron. And right now, the clear leader in this very early, minute and 15, very early portion of this race so far is St. Joe's Prep, which we've seen them in other 8s be blistering fast so far, which I love what you commented on about St. Joe's earlier today, David, about them being multi-sport athletes. Is that your perception of them over the years?
That has always been the perception. It's not a terribly big boys' school in Philadelphia, and typically they have athletes that play other sports, maybe football in the fall, and then they come out and row in the spring, and it makes it all that more impressive, quite frankly, what Prep can do. Again, they won the national championship last year in the men's youth 8, besting every single club and other scholastic boat that showed up. And right now you've got their under 16 8 flying out down the course, way ahead of everyone else. It looks like second place is the boat from Marin, third place Saugatuck. It is a chevron for sure. as they continue to come down the race course. And Marin is starting to close the gap. At one point, it looked like that overhead shot, you had St. Joe's out by a full length. Marin is really starting to dial them back in. And again, Marin, a large club team out of Northern California. And as they come through 750, they're starting to make it close up front. So we're seeing these two boats. They're starting to go at it with Marin finding more speed. It's getting closer. It's about a half a length there for St. Joe's on the left. Third place continues to be Saugatuck, but they're not actually in the picture. You remember you have to be top 3 to move forward to the A final in this men's under 16.8.
And it looked like they jumped out to a commanding lead there in that first minute or so of the race. That's a lot of distance to take off, but if they are potentially, multi-sport athletes playing other sports like football, they would be incredibly powerful, which would help them get off the line very, very quickly. But as we've seen in other crews out of Marin, they maybe haven't been the first off of the line, but they've just maintained or continued to pick up speed down the course. Again, we mentioned earlier where it's not always the crew that picks up speed as they go, but the one that gets up to speed and stays up to speed without tapering off that comes across the line first. But all of these crews, as they stagger out here, the stagger is becoming smaller as we've seen strokes continue to be taken down the course. But we still have St. Joe's Prep and Marin there in those two middle lanes that are our current leaders.
Space Coast and Pacific separated by 4/10 there. So you even have this amazing race going on for 4th and 5th place. Even though those boats are off the pace and they may find themselves in the B final, they're going to find themselves with a competitive race all the way down the race course with a team from across the country. Space Coast is from the east coast of Florida, Pacific from California, and they are racing each other, really a duel down to the finish line in those far lanes. But up front, it is getting still a little bit closer. Marin keeps taking punches there at St. Joe's, and St. Joe's keeps sort of punching back. And it's still about a deck, maybe a deck and a seat for St. Joe's. You can see the margin as they continue to come through. They came through 1250. They've got about 650 meters left in this new event, this men's under 16.8. And basically all these athletes have to be 15 years of age or younger through December 31st of this year. That's how they qualify for this. So the level of rowing and the speed that you're seeing from these 2.8s in particular that we have watched most of the race course as Marin almost brings it to level with St. Joe's is tremendous for these young athletes.
And that's it's patience out of Marin's part, not letting St. Joe's early lead get into their minds, and they just stayed patient to a certain extent. They didn't want to run out of time either, but they stayed patient, stayed confident in what they were doing. And if you can reel in a crew just little by little with every little bit that you're doing, I'm sure the coxswain is giving them feedback about that. That builds your confidence that you are being more effective in your base. Sure, they didn't get off the line as fast as the crew that was ahead of them, but it is quite possible that now they are that they have taken the lead over at this point, because they're into about 350 meters left to go in this race. And from the angle of where I sit, it's not a perfect straight across, but it looks like our lead potentially has changed, and Marin might have nudged out in front there in that dark hull closer to shore than our former leaders, St. Joe's Prep and that white hull. Those are our two current leaders at this moment in time, approaching the last 250 meters of the race.
Doesn't look to my mind like either of these boats are going to let off the gas either. Marin does have the lead right now. As soon as I say that, St. Joe's starting to push into Marin again. 250 meters left, or a little bit less for both of these boats. They continue to fly away from the rest of the field. Saugatuck sitting in 3rd place. And you saw it 500 meters to go. It's still less than a second between Space Coast and Pacific. So that race is still tremendous in lanes 2 and 6, as we watch Marin on the screen starting to pull away a little bit. They've got about a half a length on St. Joe's. So they really did go, particularly at about 700 meters to go. They kind of brought it to level at 500 to go. And Marin just had a little bit more in the tank right here than St. Joe's.
And there you have it coming across the line. That was Marin that was able to overtake St. Joe's in the closing portions of this race. They stayed patient in the early portions, stuck to what they were doing, and that allowed them to jump in front, stayed a little bit more efficient through the body of the race. That allowed them to come across the line first to step into a first place position, leading into that A final with St. Joe's Prep behind them. Saugatuck coming in 3rd, also going to solidify unofficially one of those spots for that A final, and almost all the way down to the wire came between Pacific and Space Coast. Very close race between those two crews up until the very last.
And they'll see each other in the B final. You saw the Marin rowers saluting Prep there at the finish line. They'll see each other in the A final, and we will take a short break.
And here we are off from the start of the women's U16-8 AB semifinal. One top 3 to the A final, next 3 to the B final. Here we do have 6 boats in this race, counting down from 16 entries that we had through the time trials. This is the top 12 who will then delineate and separate out from who will be vying for a top 6, and then places 7 through 12 in the country. In lane 2, we have Pacific. Lane 3 is White Rock. Lane 4, Row America Rye. Lane 5, New Trier. Lane 6, Newport Seabase. And in lane 7, Saugatuck. As we read the lanes, it is on the far side of the course are the lower numbers, and on the near side of the course, that's the near side of the finish tower. Where the finish tower is, the beach is, all the tents are, those are the higher numbers as we read them.
So it looks like Row America Rye, who won the time trial, is out about a deck on New Trier. New Trier looks like about a half a length ahead of pretty close Newport Seabase and White Rock. So those are your 4 boats that are in the picture that are all connected as they approach 500 meters or come through about 350, 400. When you see that white structure, you'll know they're at about 500 meters. And then that boat that's just barely in the picture there at the top is Pacific, top left. So those are your 5 boats in the picture. The other boat is Saugatuck in lane 7. They're just not in the picture at the moment. They would be closest to the camera. So they've maybe just dropped off the pace slightly. We'll see as they come through 500 meters where they all stand. You can see it's a deck advantage for the boat from Row America Rye over New Trier. What is a deck? Well, it's from the last rower to the bow ball of the boat. And you can see it's about 0.7 seconds in these women's under 16 eights.
Still very little to be determined between our 2 leaders at this point. Row America Rye and New Trier are currently the boats that are a little bit farther out in front. Everybody else, actually, I take that back. Newport Seabase is in there as well in terms of the leaders that we have here in the race. The adjustment of the lanes going from starting in lane 2 instead of lane 1, that threw me off there for a moment. But we're going stroke for stroke here through this middle portion of the race, through this second 500, getting into the middle portion of the race with very little to be determined between the 2 of them. Those 2 crews coming in but 4th and 8th out of the time trial with some of the speeds that we saw. So seeing that many boats in between them, here they are side by side, and it's a whole different story. We've been talking about that all day, the difference between time trial and side-by-side racing.
Yeah, so we had that side shot, and I was looking at the coxswains, Row America Rye and New Trier, and they are just going at one another. It's almost like if they had a go-go gadget arm, they'd be trying to slap each other because it's just a back and forth. They just keep looking back at each other. They keep willing their women on. You see New Trier is closer to the camera, and just above them in lane 4 is Row America Rye. And you can see Rye's got about a deck advantage right now. But again, that's only about half a second in these 8s. And it certainly is something that is not insurmountable, particularly because we are not even halfway through this semifinal 1 of the women's under 16 8s. And then it appears that it's White Rock just ahead of Newport Seabase. And we'll see exactly as they come through 1,000 meters. Not only will we get times, but we'll see the gap there. And you see White Rock coming across in 3rd place, about a half a length ahead of Newport Seabase. So Seabase, what is a half a length in time? It's about 2 seconds. Seabase certainly can close 2 seconds in the last 1,000 meters. They're just going to have to find a little bit more rhythm, and they're going to have to show that they're a little bit more fit in the third 500 than White Rock in order to do so. As you see now, Row America Rye starting to pull away just a little bit more now from New Trier.
Little by little, seat by seat, it is as the race unfolds. We see this. We're about 4 minutes, getting into almost 4.5 minutes into this race, and that's where you start to see the fatigue set in. Okay, you maintained, you're side by side this whole time, and then who is it that's gonna hit the give point a little bit sooner than the other? But again, still side by side. Even though you're an entire lane apart from one another, when you're next to a crew like that, they seem so much closer than it might look, than it might appear in the picture. It just feels like you're on top of them, or they're on top of you when you're in lanes next to one another like this. Now, the distinction of these 2 crews, they have separated themselves out from the rest of the field at this point in the race. They have open water on the rest of the field, and so as you can pan back, you can see the open water that we're seeing there. And so the question is, it is top 3 to advance. So even though we have 2 crews that are out in front, there is one other crew out there that will take that next step forward to advance. Again, top 16 cut down to 12 that will then advance to be top 6 in the country in this women's U16-8 semifinal.
So the difference as they come through 500 between these two out of the time trial was like 11 seconds. Row America Rye was faster than New Trier, who finished 4th. And this is certainly not an 11-second gap. So New Trier having a great race, knowing that they are up against the time trial winner in Row America Rye. Rye trying to break the overlap here. And I know when I was a coxswain, that was a big, big monumental thing. If you could pull it off, is to break the overlap and get clear water on your competitor. Maybe they don't even have quite clear water, but they are relatively close. Actually, that was White Rock and Newport Sea Base coming through 500 meters to go, throwing me off just a little bit. And that's Pacific coming through. So we are into the last 500 meters with everybody except for Saugatuck, who's about to come through that point. But it is Row America Rye who has thrown down the hammer because now it's almost a full length of open water on New Trier. So clearly, and look, these are athletes that are 15 years of age or younger. And we talk about race plans that are very patient. Typically, that's pretty hard to do if you're a young athlete with very little experience. But that's exactly what we're seeing from Row America Rye. They had more speed. They didn't show it. They decided to show it at 500 meters to go, and look at them now.
You know, and part of what could come into play is the distances that we're racing throughout the season. Are we racing 1,500? Are we racing 2,000 meters? What are we training for? Because there is a difference between scholastic races and club races. Do you anticipate qualifying for nationals and train for the 2,000 meters? Or do you anticipate, you know, qualifying for scholastic nationals and really going at it for 1,500 meters? In my personal opinion as a coach, you know, and I want to train for the longest distance because really 1,500 isn't that much shorter. You're going to be better at both by virtue of training for the 2,000 meters. And look what this has done for Row America Rye here. They've opened up a large margin against New Trier, who was right there with them for the vast majority of this race. You know, there is another question in there. Could it just be, we know that there's a final coming. New Trier knows that they are solidly in second place, top 2. That's what they need to step forward. Could it be a strategy thing, or is it a training tenure thing? But it is Row America Rye, who has showed they took almost 2 lengths there in a very short period of time. 2 lengths in 700 meters is a lot of distance to be able to take. Over second place, New Trier, followed by White Rock, who will come across unofficially in 3rd place, with Newport Sea Base here in lane 6. In 4th.
Yeah, then it's going to be Pacific and Saugatuck. Yeah, Lindsay, I think it's probably a combination of factors. I mean, we don't know. We're just giving our thoughts, but New Trier is a high school, and I know that they row some 1,500. I know that they typically will go sometimes to the Scholastic National Championships, which is a 1,500-meter race. Row America Rise a club. They row 2,000 meters, and so that could be, you know, certainly part of the difference. But I did watch New Trier, and they didn't really take it up at the end. So I think that once, at a minimum, Row America Rise started to break the overlap and get ahead, I think the coxswain told the women in the New Trier boat that we're going to conserve some energy for the next round. And so I'm not sure we saw everything from really either of those boats necessarily, because I don't think we saw everything from Row America Rye in the first 1,500 meters either.
What more can we do but speculate from here in the tower? But you and I seem to have seen the same thing in the last couple hundred meters. So A final has yet to come, so we'll see it then for sure.
All right, so that was semifinal 1, the AB semifinal of the women's under 16-8. We will take a short break, come back to you shortly with the semifinal 2, AB of the same event. Okay, we're on the race course. This is semifinal 2AB of the women's under 16 eights. Let me set the field. Furthest from the camera that you're watching right now in lane 2 is Row, New Jersey. Lane 3 is Austin Rowing Club out of Austin, Texas. Lane 4, Marin. Lane 5, Greenwich. Lane 6, Chicago. And in lane 7, closest to the camera and having a nice first 500 or so meters is Marina Aquatic Center from Marina Del Rey, California. You see that sign, that's 500 meters that they have gone through in this semifinal one. Excuse me, that is 250 that they have gone through in this semifinal one of the women's under 16 eights. Again, a new event here. We will crown a new national champion and give out trophies and medals that have never been given out before. As you see, really starting to move out is Marin.
Marin, you can see, has already taken about a length there, almost a length on the rest of the field in the first just under 500 meters of the race, and it is in the lane right next to them out of Austin on the far side of Marin there, who is going along with them, appears to be in second place, but that second place is very close between a couple of crews, potentially out of Marina Aquatic Center, Greenwich and Austin, very close to one another again. So everyone, the only one that has separated themselves out at this 500 meter mark is Marin, which we've seen out of a couple of other crews that they've had here today. Marin, of course, a long history out of California. Good to see them showing some speed again, considering the history that they do have here at the youth national level. As we pass that bathroom, that's that identifier for us. This is one of those courses where there are major markers. Like as an athlete, you see things out of your periphery, and when you can have something like that, like the big white, of the bathroom itself, or like the end of the wave attenuate or something like that, large landmarks that make it obvious as to where you are on the course, those are actually quite helpful, because sometimes those sneak up on you a lot faster than you think, which feels really good to know that the course has gone by faster than you realized.
Yeah, and the course itself is super well marked. If you look at the buoys, it's sometimes hard to tell when we have moving pictures, but at every 250, there's a red buoy line. The last 250 meters of this race course are all red, but at every 250 there is one red buoy line. So that's another thing that the coxswains and the rowers can look for as they come through those red buoy lines, knowing that they're going to come through, 8 of them in order to get to the finish line. So Marin really with a commanding lead now, half a length of open water. You can see second place is Greenwich. Greenwich, obviously we've talked about, has had a tremendous regatta so far. Tons of boats in the AB semifinal. In fact, in the A final. In fact, I think only one of the boats this morning was in a B final of all of their boats that we saw. So they're sitting in second place. They're trying to hang on to second place ahead of Austin Rowing Club. Austin Rowing Club sitting in third place. You can see them at the top of the screen there. And they are having a very nice race. And they are ahead of both,
Marina Aquatic Center and Chicago on the near shore. Those are the two crews that are trailing, that are moving right along with Austin, who is trying to poke into the lead that Greenwich has on them currently. But it is very close between third, fourth, and fifth place as we are crossing into the second half of this race. But the more course that happens, the more strokes that are taken, Marin just continues to lengthen their lead, which sitting out in front like that, having that lead on the rest of the group, you sit comfortably. You can see them almost straight behind you at that point. There is no peripheral vision that needs to be used on the athlete's part, and when you can breathe and relax and follow the woman that's in front of you, the person that's in front of you, it makes everything feel even better, because you're getting that external cue that what you're doing is really, really working. As we're talking about Marin being the current leaders out in front like that, we do continue to have a battle going on, because although we have 6 crews here on the course right now, only 3 advance to that A final. Again, started with 16, cuts down to 12, and then it's going to cut down to 6. There's going to be a delineation among those top 12 here, and this race just goes to show how tight this field really is.
Yeah, and it appears to be getting closer between Austin and Greenwich. Those are the 2 boats at the bottom of the screen if you're watching at home or here on the race course. And thanks for picking it up there as my saliva went down the wrong pipe. That's why we have a team. And you see Marin, they just continue to, they're not even in the picture because they just continue to move away from the field. But that battle that is going on there between Austin and Greenwich is really a grudge match. Chicago trying to sort of latch on, and they do have connection on both. Chicago is going to try to get into the mix here as they approach 500 meters to go. It does appear to my eye that they're starting to do so. So Chicago Rowing Foundation, again, we talked about it, long history of a lot of success in women's rowing in particular at the youth level. but really both sides. I remember boys 8s making it to grand finals or near grand finals, but you've got this race that continues to go back and forth. It's kind of whoever's in the water. I mean, this is one of the best races, particularly of the 8s, that we have seen the entire regatta so far, the entire day 2 of the regatta. And it's just basically they just keep trading punches. It's Austin right now. I wouldn't be surprised if by the time I stop talking, it's going to be Greenwich. But Marin is just crushing it out front.
And it is Chicago's overtaken Marina Aquatic Center. Marina Aquatic Center in the nearest lane to the beach where the spectators are. They were the ones that had an early good portion of the race. They were out ahead of Chicago. Chicago bided their time, and now they've clearly retaken the lead on them. Again, still is Marin out in front with Greenwich and Austin battling it out for second and third right now. But is this late charge, this late adjustment by Chicago, this overtaking of Marina, is it enough to kind of slingshot them in and at least put a scare into Greenwich, who is the next crew nearest to them? And as I say that, you have Marina Aquatic Center, not happy about the lead exchange that they just had with Chicago, and so they're fighting back for any bit that they lost. But it is still Marin out in front, Greenwich and Austin with a battle close for second and third after that. Top 3 go through to the A final.
I can't wait to see what's going to happen between Greenwich and Austin, because they're into the last 250 now, and it's really whoever has the guts at this point or whoever decides that they really want to go. I would suggest to both that they go, because you see Chicago and you see Marina Aquatic Center pushing, and they will certainly jump on any opportunity if one of those boats in front of them decides to not go. But it's Austin. It is Greenwich, and they are back and forth. Who is it going to be at the line? They are probably going to see each other in that grand final in this women's under 16-8, but everybody is trailing Marin. Marin, the class of this semifinal, and they're going to win it by 3 boat lengths of open water, and it does look like Greenwich is going to finish about a half a length ahead of Austin at the line, as we're going to have almost a photo finish between Marina Aquatic Center and Chicago, who will see each other in the B final. So we'll remember that one as they finish about 10 feet from one another and ahead of Rowe, New Jersey. So that was semifinal 2 of the women's under 16-8s. We're going to shift down to the small boats. And the next race that will be on the race course and already is on the race course and past the halfway point is the men's under 17 singles, and this is the AB semifinal. So let me set the field for you. You can see it there on the right side, the start list. Furthest from the camera, that's Nikolai Sazonov of Rockland. Just closer and out in the lead is Owen Benacosa of Lake Oswego Community Rowing. Excuse me, your leader is lane 4. Didn't see him in the picture until now, and he's got quite the lead. It's Cambridge Boat Club's Aiden Moziani. And then in lane 5, it's Carter Pollock of Huntsville, Madison County. Lane 6 is Connor Carey of Shaker. And in lane 7 is Jackson Phillips of Gem City. One of the things that I notice here, Lindsay, is these very small clubs having these single scullers here at Youth Nationals, which is totally great. You don't see some of these clubs showing up all that often at the national level, and here they are.
We have more than 200 clubs represented here at this largest of all so far, 2022 U.S. Rowing Youth National Championships. And this is part of the reason why, rowing, a spark is lit somewhere, and you have to start somewhere. Maybe you start with a single, maybe you start with a double, maybe you start with a pair, and then it just grows from there. So as we see the clubs continue to grow over the years, we'll have more singles, definitely a good training tool and definitely a fantastic racing tool, but we'll also continue to see, I'm sure, clubs that start small continue to balloon out from there, because it takes one small seed and then it just builds from there. You bring a friend and then they bring friends.
So we've got a boat from Texas, a boat from Oregon, a boat from Massachusetts, a boat from Alabama, a boat from New York, and a boat from Ohio in this men's under 17 single. This is semifinal AB1. And leading them to 1,500 meters and into the last 500 meters is your time trial winner, Aiden Mozieni of Cambridge Boat Club in Boston, Massachusetts. And he looks very comfortable. You see him on the screen there. And as we said, we came into the race at about 1,200 for him, and he wasn't even in the picture because his lead is tremendous. But there still is very much a race up for grabs behind him. Second place continues to be Owen Benacosa of Lake Oswego. And it looks like behind Lake Oswego is the boat from Huntsville, Madison County, Carter Pollock. Can Carter Pollock hold off the rest of the field as they start to wind it up?
And let's talk about the fact that there were 31 entries here in this men's U17 single. So we've gone from 31 now down to 12. So this is to be one of the top singles in this event here at the National US Rowing Youth National Championships. It's a prestigious thing. We've started with, you have 31 that qualify for this, let alone the others that didn't qualify for this. So here you are to have this distinction, to be on the water here, to lay down this incredible race that we're seeing out of Aidan Mozieni out of Cambridge. Cambridge, of course, having a long history of sculling, having a long history of athletes performing on the sculling side coming out of the New England. Perhaps he's had some great mentors help bring him up through the ranks, and we'll continue to look for more great things for him, not just through the weekend, but for years to come. Currently in second place as the finish line approaches is in lane 3, Owen Benencosa from Lake Oswego out of Oregon, followed by in lane 5, Carter Pollock from Huntsville, Madison County. Those are going to be your top 3 out of Cambridge, Huntsville, Madison County, and Lake Oswego, unofficially to qualify for the A final, followed by Connor Carey out of Shaker, and then in lane 7, Jackson Phillips from Gem City, and in lane 2 in the Red Hull from Rockland, Nikolai Sazonov.
I don't recall anybody else from Gem City at Youth Nationals. It's in Miamisburg, Ohio, and I will give that athlete, Jackson Phillips, a lot of credit. He may not have chosen it, but those unisuits and blades are very easy for us to pick up. So that was your field in the men's under 17 single. That was semifinal 1. And the top 3 there will go to the A final to go for a national championship in what is another new event, the under 17 single. We're already on the race course here, Lindsay, with semifinal 2.
And to set the field here, we are already on the course about 5.5 minutes in, so we are well underway. Out in lane 2, we have Zach Merrigan from Burton Beach. Lane 3, Samuel Della Espriella out of Sora. Lane 4, Alex Henke from Camp Randall. Lane 5 is Ian O'Reilly from Brophy. Lane 6 is Griffin Heisman out of Narragansett. And in lane 7, we have Leo Lombardi from Lake Leelanau. That's a lot of L's to get out. Leelanau.
Yeah. As you see them come through that 1,500-meter sign, and Lake Leelanau is in Michigan, another team that typically we're not seeing at Youth Nationals, and it just makes me happy to see these teams bringing boats, qualifying, coming, and they're in the AB semifinal here. So it does look like we have this lead for Camp Randall's Alex Henke. He did finish second in the time trial to the aforementioned Aidan Moziani of Cambridge Boat Club, and ahead of Ian O'Reilly from Brophy College Prep, who is also in this race in that gold boat, Brophy from Arizona, Tempe, I believe. And he is hanging on to a lead in his red hat over third place, which looks like Burton Beach's Zach Merrigan. So those are your top 3. It is very close there, though, and it looks like Samuel De La Espriella of Sora is trying to get in the mix, trying to push it. He wound it up a little bit earlier than the men in front of him, trying to see if he can track down a top 3 spot. Right now it's going to be hard to catch Camp Randall's Alex Henke. He's got open water, and you're seeing this thing get very close. And you're going to try to make sure, if you're one of these single scullers, you don't make any mistakes. You're going to try to wind it up as much as you can. And you got to leave it out here to get into this A final, as Sora does start to track down, particularly Zach Merrigan of Burton Beach. What's going to happen at the line here?
Maintaining your composure here, staying clean is the clear major thing to be doing, because you are in a single. Any small bobble is going to cause you to sacrifice a little bit of speed. So the pressure in that blue hull in lane 3 that is being put on Zach Merrigan out of Burton Beach, it means a lot. It is incredible. It is important that Zach Merrigan continue to push and know that he goes all the way through to the line, because it is going to come down to almost the line between those two. But it does look like Zach Merrigan out of Burton Beach was able to round out our top 3, who also include Ian O'Reilly out of Brophy and Alex Henke from Camp Randall, with Samuel De La Espriella out of Sora coming in 4th, Griffin Heisman from Narragansett coming in 5th, and Leo Lombardi from Lake Leelanau coming in 6th to round out our top 12 in the men's U17. So Alex Henke, Ian O'Reilly, and Zach Merrigan will be the 3 that will round out the top 6 in the A final to be raced later on this weekend.
So we're going to shift to the women's under 17 singles. Again, having 2 semifinals, same progression that we have seen all day long so far. Got to be top 3 to get yourself into the grand final to go for what is, again, a new event to be the first national champion in the women's under 17 single. Let me set the field as you see Olivia Petrie of Redwood Scullers, not a surprise, way out in front. She's had quite a lot of success already at the national level. I remember her from last year. She's from Redwood Scullers. She's in lane 4, way out on the field. The next 2 boats that came through, well, let me set the field. Furthest from the camera there as they come through the halfway point is Parker Hurley of North Orlando. 1 lane closer to the camera, Grace Moore of Wilmington Youth. Then it's Olivia Petrie of Redwood Scullers. Shannon Breimer of Albany, Maya Geller of ACRA, and in lane 7, Ava Thigpen of the Hockaday School.
And as you see here in the picture, it appears to be Grace Moore out of Wilmington battling it out with Shannon Breimer from Albany here for 2nd and 3rd place. As you mentioned, David from Redwood Scullers, Olivia Petrie out in front by a clear margin. That's why you don't see her there in the picture at this point. She has a good vantage from where she is. We aren't quite into 500 meters to go, so there are still a lot of strokes to be taken. But from the point that she is at this position in the race, also knowing that other strong scullers have come out of Redwood Scullers, I'd be hard-pressed to think that anything major would change from her position of where she is here in this race. But between the 2 that are currently sitting in 2nd and 3rd place, it is still a very close race with a lot of strokes left to be taken. So even though they're very far apart from one another, the fact that they don't have coxswains, it's incredibly quiet over when you're racing a single. All that you really hear is the breathing, so it's much more clear what's going on sound-wise in other lanes with other athletes, other competitors on the course. So even though 2nd and 3rd are quite a bit of distance away from each other by the spread across the course, they probably are quite aware of where one another is on the race course relative to the current leader from Redwood Scullers.
So 32 strokes a minute for Olivia Petrie out in front. Redwood Scullers, I mean, her gap there, if I had to guess, is 35-40 clear meters as she comes through the 1,500 meter point. You're going to see how long it takes that battle that's going on for 2nd place to catch up to Olivia Petrie. And they're about to come into the picture here and come through with 500 meters left. And it looks like to that point, it is going to be it is going to be Shannon Breimer of Albany ahead of that green boat, which is Grace Moore of Wilmington Youth. And that's exactly as you see it populate in terms of times. Then it is Ava Thigpen of the Hockaday School ahead of Parker Hurley of North Orlando and Maya Geller of ACRA, Advanced Community Rowing Association out of Nyack, New York. So Olivia Petrie, obviously she wanted to show why she won the time trial. She wanted to show and lay down a time here and get herself in a center lane for the A final, and barring some sort of bobble major mistake here in the last 250, she's going to do it in style.
With the 3 trailing crews in those outside lanes between Parker Hurley from North Orlando, Maya Geller from Accra, Ava Thigpen from the Hockaday School, those 3 crews are going to be pretty close here as we come into the last 500, last 400 meters of the race. Even though these 3 that are our current top 3 leaders at this point in the race are separation out ahead of them, do have clear water on the trailing 3 crews here. Those 3 in the back, it's going to be close for them. So barring any adjustments in what's happening with our current position, the top 3 currently in those center lanes, great from the Wilmington Youth, Redwood Scullers, and Albany are going to be through the 3 that will advance to the A final. But with the other 3 that will advance to potentially to the B final, they will see each other again later on in the weekend, and that is a very close, very little to be determined between them. So it's going to make for interesting finals as the weekend continues.
So it's Olivia Petrie across the line. You can see about 50 clear meters ahead of Shannon Breimer of Albany and Grace Moore of Wilmington Youth. Those will be your 3 that unofficially will move forward and into the A final for the women's under 17 single. And then the B final is going to see these boats that are really continuing to push one another. All 3 of these boats are, I think, going to end up connected at the finish line. Maybe Parker Hurley of North Orlando might have Yep, nope. They're all going to be overlaps. So it looks like Parker Hurley of North Orlando may finish just ahead of, and in the last couple of strokes, it looked like Maya Geller of ACRA just pushed ahead of Ava Thigpen from the Hockaday School. Those three will find themselves in the B final, and you saw just how close their speeds were relative to one another. So that's going to be an exciting final as well. So that was the AB semifinal one of the women's under 17 single. As I turn my head and look down the race course, we are already well into and through the halfway point with semifinal 2 AB of this women's under 17 single here at our 2022 US Rowing Youth National Championship from Nathan Benderson Park. And let me just give you the lineup as we then try to figure out where they stand as they come through. Furthest from the camera or furthest from the wave attenuator is going to be Isabel Magna of Sarasota Crew. In lane 3, it's Ella Gusick of Lake Las Vegas. Lane 4 is Annalise Hall of Triangle Rowing. Lane 5 is Callisto Wilden of Oregon Rowing Unlimited. Lane 6 is Reese McGeary of Sylvan Scullers. And then closest to the beach coming down lane 7 is Annalie Duncombe of Great Miami Rowing. So that's your field as they come through. Does look like quite spaced out yet again in this one with Annalise Hall of Triangle Rowing from Raleigh, North Carolina, way out in front.
With Calista Weldon from Oregon Unlimited a close second behind her, and then large spacing to the back to the other 4 contenders in this women's U17 single AB semifinal 2. Again, top 3 advance from here forward to the A final, but currently our 2 leaders out in front, Annalise Hall out of Triangle and Calista Weldon out of Oregon Unlimited. You know, having a little bit of clear water between these two is not a ton of spacing in a single. A lot can happen. You know, I had an old teammate who said it's a long race. There's a lot of time to make up ground. So for whatever gets taken from you early on, if you have the gumption, you can certainly make it up later on. So these 2 that are out in front, I dare say that a lot of space will be closed by the ones that are trailing them, but it is quite possible that Calista Weldon either has a little bit more and punches back into the lead, closes the gap a little bit, or even vice versa, that even more ground is potentially taken here by Annalise Hall from Triangle.
Yeah, and both women at a relatively low stroke rating. So obviously they've got enough power. They did enough in the first half of the race to sort of get out in front. Because I think I even have Calista Wilden at about 25 strokes a minute. So, you know, they are going race pace from probably a power standpoint, but they are sort of enjoying where they sit at the moment, playing defense on everyone else. Really, the race that's going on is between Reese McGeary of Sylvan Scullers and Ella Gusick of Lake Las Vegas for that 3rd spot in the grand final. And that one appears to be pretty close from the tower. It does look like, to my eye, that Reese McGeary of Sylvan Scullers does have the lead for 3rd place. But again, within striking distance in these last 350 meters is Ella Gusick of Lake Las Vegas if she can really turn it up.
And it does look, as you mentioned, that with Ella Gusick and Lake Las Vegas on the far side, if she can really turn it up, she appears to be the one between the 2 that are vying for that 3rd available spot to advance to the A final, who has decided to pick it up a hair sooner. And so before we even got into the red buoys, she went for it, which means that well outside of 250 meters, even sooner than 250 meters to go, she upped her pace, she upped her effort. You could see her body language change a bit to see if she could get her bow to be one of the top 3 to cross the finish line here.
And it's working. It does appear that she may now be in 3rd place. We'll find out as sort of the stagger gets to us here at the finish line. It's going to be Annalise Hall of Triangle who's going to go ahead and win this semifinal and get into an adjacent lane with the previous winner, Olivia Petrie. 2nd place is very clearly Calista Wilden of Oregon Rowing Unlimited. And again, it's going to come right down to it, but it does look like having pulled away maybe in the last 250 meters, it looks like it's going to be Ella Gusick of Lake Las Vegas who is going to take that 3rd spot in the grand final ahead of Reese McGeary of Sylvan Scullers. And then it's going to be Annalie Duncombe of Great Miami and Isabel Magna of Sarasota Crew in that order. So that was semifinal 2, the AB semifinal of the women's under 17 single. All the times coming through unofficial, although unlikely to change in most situations, but already looking down the race course. No rest for the weary. You're going to have to keep listening to us with no breaks. It's a men's under 17 double. This is the AB semifinal 1, Lindsay.
As we set the field here, we are nearly into the last 500 meters of this race, well into the last portion of this race for sure for these young men. It is the U17 double AB semifinal 1. In lane 2, we have South Eugene with Parsons and Page. Lane 3, Gorenkov and Slinger from Redwood Scullers. We've already seen good sculling out of Redwood Scullers today. Out of lane 4, we have Marvin and Collins from Texas. Lane 5 is Hernandez, Ibanez, and Pezin from Miami. And lane 6, Masood and Inglis from Episcopal School of Dallas. And in lane 7 from the ACRA,
Giacominakis
Thank you.
and Krochmal of ACRA. So those are your 6 boats. And it does look like the men from Texas Rowing Center, are out in front in that gold boat. Maybe trying to do what the Texas women did at the NCAA championships a couple weeks ago on this race course, which is they are kind of blowing away the field here in this semifinal, are Marvin and Collins of Texas Rowing Center. And as they get closer, we'll probably see those trademark Lone Star blades, but they do have open water you can see on the rest of the field. Second place to my eye looks like Inglis and Masood of Hernandez, Ibanez, and Pezin of Miami. And they are trying to hold off the boat from Redwood Scullers, Gorenkov and Slinger. So those appear to be your top 3 as they come through. Maybe the boat with the most chance in the last 250 to catch a spot in the grand final is the boat from Episcopal School of Dallas in lane 6.
But still with less than 250 meters to go at this point, and for as much ground as these doubles can cover in a very short period of time, it would be a lot of work that lane 6 out of Episcopal School of Dallas would have to do to qualify into one of those top 3 positions. And as the races were coming into the close here, it is still that crew out of Texas Center with a clear second.
Not really having to take the stroke rating up too much, and they just continue to maintain a lead. Pocock maybe just slightly ahead of Maritime, but we're talking maybe a couple of feet because there is a little bit of a stagger there.
And we still have just under 200 meters to go for these lead hulls, and the question is will Pocock pass that buoy line just ahead of Conestoga? Conestoga seems to be maintaining composure. They haven't really upped the rate as much as some of the trailing crews have, but as they do that, they need to be aware of the fact that Pocock is pouring on the pressure, and it just keeps bringing Maritime with them. It is over there out of Concord. They are charging hard, but they're just going to run out of race course to be able to put themselves in those top 3 as they come across the line. And it is how Conestoga, they took the lead early, and they finally did respond to the charge that the other 2 hulls that were close second and third behind them the entire time. They responded, and they did. Conestoga came across the line first, followed by Pocock, unofficially by Pocock, then Maritime, then Concord, with Charlotte Youth over on the far side of the course coming in 5th, and Burton Beach rounding out the field of 6.
So that was semifinal 2, the AB semifinal of the men's under 17 double. As I look back down the race course from the 4th floor here at Nathan Benderson Park in the largest finish line tower in America, I see the women's under 17 AB semifinal 1 of the women's under 17 double. And we will go ahead and set the field for you as the pictures start to come in. Furthest from this camera shot is Park and Young of Utah in lane 2. Then it's Wrightbrook and Knight of Founders in lane 3. Schultz and Ginsberg Klempt of Sarasota in lane 4. Trudeau and Anderson from Norwalk River in lane 5. Barron and Corbett of Atomic Rowing in lane 6. And Gilroy and Ronan of Rockland in lane 7. As you see the times coming through at 1,000 meters, it is Sarasota crew that was out in front. And you can see them on the right side of the screen there. I guess they're in lane 4. Excuse me. In lane 4. And then it looks like the boats sort of right around them on the race course are the ones that are in those top 3 positions that have really pushed out from the rest of the field. So we'll see if anybody can find some speed in this 3500 to start to close the gap on any of these 3 boats. But again, it's top 3 that are going to move through to that grand final in this women's under 17 double, a new event here at the 2022 U.S. Rowing Youth National Championship from Nathan Benderson Park in Sarasota, Bradenton, Florida. And that's the right side of the screen. Coming through 1250 is your leader, Sarasota Crew. Sarasota Crew ahead of Norwalk River and Atomic. Those are your top three. And then on the screen there, you see Founders on the right side. And then just above them to the left is Utah. So again, a spaced out field. You can see that the gaps are similar, except for the fact that Sarasota Cruise is really kind of double what the boat from Norwalk River has on Atomic Rowing. But those three are out. Then the boat with a chance here is Founders. They're going to have to, again, try to find something heroic, maybe in the last 600 meters or so, see if they can't track down maybe that boat from Atomic and get themselves in an A final. There you go, Sarasota Crew, 500 meters left. See their time come through, and you can see that they're probably about 5 seconds, roughly 5 seconds ahead of Norwalk River out of Connecticut, who's then ahead of Atomic Rowing out of Oak Ridge, Tennessee, then Founders out of Dallas. Those are your top four. Again, Founders is going to have to find about 4 seconds, see if they can track down Atomic in those last 500 meters, as you see Rockland coming across just ahead then of Utah. Those are your 6 boats in this semifinal 1, the AB semifinal of the women's under 17 double.
You can see as the crews approach the finish tower here that it is Sarasota still lengthening their lead here. They're very familiar with this course, having come over here and raced, I'm sure, their state championships and various other races over here, potentially practiced on the course throughout the season, because, you know, being able to race on a course like this is a unique thing here in the country. To be able to have all of these lanes across to line up here is not a common thing. Oftentimes you might be in a big wide river and have no idea kind of where you are. You're just kind of floating out in the middle. So to be able to get on a designated course like this with buoys, with a start bridge that is permanent, you know, is a rarity in rowing in the United States. So it's a beautiful thing to be able to experience at this level, at this age. So it is, as we are well into the last 250 meters of this race for the leaders out of Sarasota. They are still the leaders, and in the lane right next to them, the closest chasing boat is out of Norwalk River, but they are clear water back, so they are currently sitting in second place. And it is out on the far side of the course, it is Founders that's charging. It is Founders that's charging and looking to take away that spot from Atomic in the top 3, you know, with Sarasota out in front. You know, David, I know you're looking at your stroke watch. It looks as though they know that they are out in front and they are reserving a few things for the A final. They want to make sure they have something on their legs. But 2 crews that are not reserving as far as the we better get the boogie on, and they sure did. Atomic was able to maintain their 3rd place position, but Founders certainly did put a scare in them. Founders crossing the line in 4th place with a close race happening still in those outside lanes from Rockland and Utah.
So that was the first AB semifinal of the women's under 17 double. Looking down the race course, we're already past halfway with semifinal 2 of the women's under 17 double. And setting the field for you, you see the start list there on the graphic if you're watching at home or on the Jumbotron here at Nathan Betterson Park. Furthest from the camera is Rogue, and they are Requejo and Grigsby. And then closer one lane is Artemis in lane 3. It's Landreth and Campbell. Lane 4 is Seattle Preparatory School, Peng and Rulyak. In lane 5 is Redwood Scullers, Tafoya and Costello. Lane 6 is Oak Neck Academy's Bassart and Kelly. And then in lane 7, closest to the beach, coming down, not in the picture at the moment, is Redwood Scullers, Jones and Vaisbird. So you have 2 Redwood Scullers boats in this AB semifinal. So trying to put 2 boats maybe in a grand final. You can see your leader there is lane 4. That is Seattle Preparatory School. And they did qualify for that lane 4 by finishing 2nd in the time trial yesterday. And you can see that their lead is about a length. But what a race that we have going on here as we approach 500 meters to go, Lindsay, because you see these 3 boats, and only 2 of them are going to make it through to the A final. They're only separated by about a half a length.
You know, it did, even though there is pressure being applied to Seattle Preparatory School, they do seem to be kind of comfortable where they are. But it is, Redwood Scullers that decide, that they perked it up a little bit there. You could see just before the angle of the camera changed, they perked it up, and then they overtook Oak Neck Academy. So it's Oak Neck Academy, Redwood Scullers, and Artemis, who are quite tight as the trailing crews that are vying for those just 2 more spots after Seattle Preparatory School. Even though there is that secondary race, we bring this up a lot, the pressure being applied by the trailing crews that are fighting to round out the top 3, and there are 4 crews vying for it. Under normal circumstances, I would say that there is pressure being applied to the leaders, but our leaders from Seattle Preparatory School, Pang and Ruliak, they still look pretty comfortable where they are, as if they have something in their back pocket. If they need it, they can use it. But I don't want to put the cart before the horse. Still strokes left to be taken. We have about 350 meters left to go in this race. Not a single crew is into the last 250-meter red buoys yet at this point, and there is certainly a fight still happening for those top 3 spots that will advance to the A final.
Yeah, 3 boats in the mix, but really 2 who have been going at it behind Seattle Prep. You see them in the screen there. Top of the screen, Artemis. Bottom of the screen is Redwood Scullers, but also Oak Neck Academy in the mix for a top 3 spot to get into the grand final in the women's under-17 double, a new event here at the 2022 U.S. Rowing Youth National Championship from Nathan Benderson Park. And it continues to be Seattle Preparatory School, Peng and Ruliak out in front of the field. Who's it going to be here? It does look like Oak Neck Academy and Redwood Scullers maybe have pushed themselves a little bit ahead of Artemis.
That's how it looks from where I sit as well, David. Being closer to the tower, maybe it's a little bit easier for us to see. But maybe with about 20 strokes left in the race, Artemis will turn something back on to give them, a little bit more edge here. That has yet to be determined. You could also see the stroke seat out of the black hole from Oak Neck Academy. She is looking. She wants to get back, overtaking. All that she knows is she needs to get in front of one boat. The easiest boat for her to notice from there is the boat from Redwood Scullers in the lane right next to them. Now they're both looking. They know what they need to do. The question is, will they do it here at this point? Seattle Preparatory School still sitting out in front, comfortable with what's happening for them. They are going to cross in first with an incredibly close. It is going to be a photo finish. We are not going to call it official as they come across the line, but 3 crews very tight here, coming down to the line between Oak Neck Academy, Redwood Scullers, and Artemis. And it does look that Redwood Scullers came in second place, but very tight between 2 crews that were far across the course from one another. Very tight between Artemis and Oak Neck Academy. I'm not going to say anything even unofficially at this point, other than Seattle Preparatory School came across in first, and then 5th will be out of Rogue, with the other Redwood Scullers crew rounding out your 6.
Yep, Rogue rowing out of Ashland, Oregon, I believe, finishing in 5th place. That was a photo finish, and you could look at the times, but there's also going to be a photo there between Oak Neck Academy and Artemis. That was quite the finish, and one of them will be left out, unfortunately, of the A final, but they'll find themselves in the B final to contest places 7 through 12 in the country in the women's under-17 double. And it looks like we are just on the race course, but maybe we'll take just a slight break before we go to the men's under-17 4 with Coxon.
I'm Alex Del Sordo with Rower's Choice, and this is U.S. Rowing's Man on the Beach. We have a fantastic race coming behind us, but with me is a special guest, Julia Rohr of Temple University. Where is Temple?
Temple is in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, one of the best cities in the world, in my opinion.
It's my opinion that too. I mean, we've known each other a long time, but why are you here at Youth National Championships?
Yeah, so Youth Nationals is actually a great opportunity to do a lot of high-level recruiting, because usually the fastest crews and the fastest athletes in the country are racing here this weekend. So it's a great time for us to see them live in action and get to talk to them and their coaches for an entire weekend. Undivided attention. Undivided attention.
Now, look at that. Now, if you see Julia walking around with the big T right here on the chest and the T on the hat, come find her. She wants to talk Temple Rowing. Julia, thanks for being here.
Thank you so much, Alex.
More from us later. See ya.
And we are back crossing 750 meters or so into this semifinal one of the men's U17 coxed fours. That's the four with coxswain here. And your field of 6 here in this race is in lane 2. That's the far side of the picture. Farthest from the finish tower is going to be Saugatuck. Lane 3, Oakland Strokes. Lane 4, Los Gatos. Lane 5, Canisius. Lane 6, San Diego. And lane 7, Norwalk River.
Los Gatos with a kind of a tremendous lead at this point as they approach the halfway point, ahead of Canisius out of Buffalo, New York. Canisius burned in my head because they finished just ahead of me at Youth Nationals in the men's Youth 4 many eons ago, a couple decades ago. And they've always been fast at Canisius in Buffalo. And it does look like Los Gatos continues to maintain this slight open water lead ahead of Canisius. And then you see Canisius even has open water on what looks like third place Oakland Strokes at the moment. Again, these are fours with coxswains, so we're not talking about these coxed 4 boats that are sculling boats like we had earlier on this afternoon. These are sweep boats, each rower with 1 oar. As they come through the halfway point, you start to see the times roll through. And again, this is an under 17 event, meaning all these athletes are 16 years of age or younger through December 31st of this year. And it really makes it quite exciting, Lindsay, because these athletes are able to race against other athletes that are their same age or very close to it, versus having to sort of be kind of an all-star of their class to get into maybe one of the youth boats.
You know, and even within class here, they are demonstrating speed at all levels, regardless of the age group distinctions, which is, you know, lovely to see. That'll also maybe allow these people to develop together on their teams, maybe create a sense of kind of identity by separating them age-wise too, keep them together a little bit longer, kind of like a novice program would. You know, you get to be yourself with your people that you're around rather than being a freshman with a senior. It can be a little bit intimidating depending on the team culture, but maybe this is one way that we can help nudge along team culture as well. A little bit of cohesion, allow everyone to be mature and develop together, create unique cultures within the actual boat itself. But I digress. We are on the course here, and we are getting down close to the last 500 meters of the men's U17 coxed fours here in the first of 2 semifinals that we have coming up. And it still is Los Gatos out in front of the boat that appears to be from Canisius in that blue hull. Canisius almost back in, taking away that open water lead that they had, that Los Gatos had on them. And it looks like maybe stroke per stroke, they're trying to inch back in so that there is overlap before they cross the finish line. Still nearly 500 meters to go. That's plenty of time to get back overlap, if not closer than that, which would set them up. It'd be a great next step to set them up going into potentially that A final, barring any major changes between the top 3 and the bottom 3 that come through toward the end of this race, this first of 2 semifinals.
Yeah, and you can see Oakland Strokes coming across with 500 meters left, about 6 seconds ahead of 4th place San Diego. So it's going to be hard for San Diego or Saugatuck or Norwalk River to start to track down that boat from Oakland Strokes. And so very likely we're looking at the top 3, I would suspect, as they come into the last 350. I had Los Gatos at 32 strokes a minute, so I would suspect that there's a fair amount more speed that we're not seeing right now out of Los Gatos. Maybe they're keeping it up their sleeve. I could be wrong. Maybe their plan is to go 32 strokes a minute all the way down the race course, but I doubt it. As you see, they continue to sort of maintain this couple seat of open water lead on the boat from Canisius. Canisius is pulling away, and they have more than a length of open water back to 3rd place Oakland Strokes at this point, who also has a fair amount of water. You saw it was 6 seconds at 500 meters ahead of 4th place San Diego. So those are your top 4. Then it looks like 5th place is the boat from Saugatuck ahead of Norwalk River, so the 2 Connecticut boats sitting in 5th and 6th place. But it is Los Gatos trying to go start to finish.
They were the top qualifier coming out of the time trial here, so to see them have a margin on the field based on the times that we saw previously that they laid down individually in their time trial, you know, this is all playing out for them right here. That would be a little bit of confidence. Of course, they wouldn't take it for granted, but it would certainly be a confidence boost coming into side-by-side racing through the weekend. So it is Los Gatos leading from start to finish here with solid margin over the rest of the field, coming across unofficially in first, with Canisius behind them in lane 5 in that dark hull. With in 3rd place out of lane 3 with Oakland Strokes, rounding out your unofficial top 3 that will step to the A final. Followed by, in the red, Hull from San Diego in 4th place, then Saugatuck in 5th, with Norwalk River coming across in 6th.
So that was AB semifinal 1 of the men's under 17 4 with Coxon at your 2022 U.S. Rowing Youth National Championship. The next race that we will have on the race course after we take a quick break will be AB semifinal 2. 6 boats across yet again for 3 spots in the grand final up for grabs.
I wasn't expecting to be out in front for that whole race. It's super lightweight and it just like responds so quickly.
And here we are about 350 meters into the second of 2 semifinals in the men's U17 coxed fours, top 3 to the A final, next 3 to the B final. And as it stands at this point in the race, it looks as though, let me set the field first before I get into who is leading what. We have in lane 2, Dallas United, lane 3, Pittsford. Lane 4 is Row America Rye. Next to them in lane 5 is Maritime. Lane 6, Sammamish, and Lane 7, St. Joe's Prep. At this point in the race, as we cross that 500-meter mark, it does appear to be Row America Rye who has set the pace early with, it appears to be Maritime potentially in second place. It looks as though Maritime is in second place right behind Row America Rye. And Rye has already in the first 550, 600 meters of this race just about broken clear water on the rest of the field, which is a significant margin to take in just that small portion of the race, just past a quarter of the distance of this race. But the crew in second place currently is Maritime, but there is a close race happening between Pittsford in lane 3 and Dallas United in lane 2, with Dallas United having a slight edge over Pittsford.
Yeah, and that's for a qualifying spot. That's for 3rd place. So you have this boat from Row America Rye out in front. You've got Maritime there on the right side of the screen that is sitting in a solid 2nd place position. And then you have those 2 boats in adjacent lanes, Pittsford and Dallas United. And this is already shaping up to be quite a race between the 2 of them as they come through 750 or so meters, approach the halfway point. It is Dallas United who's taken a punch here. They've decided to get slightly ahead of Pittsford out of Pittsford, New York. And so those are your top 4 in the screen. And then as we saw the times come through, it looked like St. Joe's Prep in lane 7 was in 5th place ahead of Sammamish in lane 6. But those are your leaders from Row America Rye. Again, we're seeing how they've decided to set up their boat with 2 rowers on the starboard side trailing that stroke seat. As they come through the halfway point, you can see it's proficient. It's really down to the water, and it looks like it's very powerful in that Rye boat.
You know, getting out early here in this semifinal, coming out of the initial time trial, 25 entries, cutting it down to 12 entries here. If you can get out comfortably to lead at that point, you know, you aren't necessarily showing all your cards because there will be condensed racing happening throughout the course of the weekend. Maybe you're racing another event, something like that happening as well. So you want to make sure that you're able to lay down the best 4 quarters of racing that you have here over the course of the 2,000-meter race. But what else you might have ahead of you is also important to consider. But again, notice I say might. You can never take any race for granted, which by putting yourself out in front takes a little bit of pressure off as long as you're able to stay relaxed and breathe and maintain the lead that you've set early on in the race.
Well, maintaining the lead clearly is what's going on from Row America Rye, and I would say extending the lead for sure. As you see, second place continues to be the boat from Maritime, but they're starting to get tracked down now by the boats from Pittsford and Dallas United, particularly Dallas United, who is now pretty well ahead of Pittsford. So Dallas United, you can see there on the far left side of the screen, is making it closer with Maritime, and then it's going to be Pittsford trying to stay in the mix. And if I'm that coxswain, I'm telling those men, we've got to stay in the mix. We've got to start finding some momentum. We've got about 600 meters left to try to figure out how to slowly track down one of these boats that's in front of us to get ourselves into a qualifying position. You can still see way out in front Row America Rye on the right side of the screen. You can see those signs at the very top of the race course. That is 500 meters to go in our 2,000 meter race course. And you can see second place continues to be Maritime. They keep taking the punches of Dallas United in stride, and they keep just staying out in a solid second place position. Does Maritime. You can see they're about 6 seconds behind Row America Rye, but they're a solid 2 seconds ahead of Dallas United at 500 to go. And then it's 2.5 seconds for Dallas United over Pittsford as you see St. Joe's Prep come across just ahead of Sammamish.
You know, at this point with Dallas United's extending their lead out over Pittsford. It was close earlier in the race, and then they made a decisive move. You could see the efficiency coming out of the crew, the efficiency and also the body language happening where you could just see that they were moving well, and it appeared that it wasn't just going to be for 10 strokes. It appeared that it was going to be for a good portion of the race, if not the remainder of the race. And what that has allowed them to do, because you can read the efficiency by looking at it, it's allowed them to really cut into the lead that Maritime had on them in that second place position. You know, as we get into about the last 250 meters here, as both of those current second and third place crews cross to the last 250 meters, it might just be enough if Dallas United continues to move. Maritime is going to have to find another shift, find another gear in order to stay in front of Dallas United because they are putting a lot of pressure on. Pittsford has in lane 3 dropped back of the pack, so it doesn't look like it looks like they'll run out of time to be in one of those top 3 positions, but it is not, we haven't run out of time yet where Dallas United could potentially poke into second, but it is right now Maritime is still holding them off and answering that very aggressive call that Dallas United started about 1,000 meters ago.
A lot of speed to finish up here. It's Rye that is going to go ahead and win this semifinal 2 of the men's under 17 4 with Coxon ahead of Maritime, who will finish ahead of Dallas United. Those 3 unofficially will move through to the A final, just ahead of Pittsford, who will go to the B final. And then Sammamish trying to push into St. Joe's Prep, but they're not going to catch him. It's going to be Prep for 5th ahead of Sammamish in 6th place. So that will finish up our AB semifinals of the men's under 17 4 with Coxon. We'll take another short break, and we will come back with the women's under 17 4 semifinal. All right, on the race course, first 250 meters. This is semifinal 1 of the women's under 17 4. Setting the field furthest from the camera is Brookline in lane 2, Marin in lane 3, Oakland Strokes in lane 4, St. Andrew in lane 5, Inglemoor out of Washington in lane 6, and Miami in lane 7. Does appear that we've got these boats sort of at the top of the race course as they come through 250 that are out in the lead. It looks like lane 4 Oakland Strokes just ahead of Marin. Obviously, those two teams know each other extremely well. In close proximity, they have had many, many battles over the years, have Marin and Oakland Strokes. So they probably have some sense also from their regional Southwest Championship as to what the race plans might be in these boats. But we will see. It was Oakland Strokes who won the time trial for the women's under 17 4 and they are starting to pull away. They're about a half a length now ahead of Marin.
And as Oakland Strokes takes a little bit of a margin over Marin, there it is St. Andrew there, who is kind of moving along with them in that darker hull in the foreground of the picture. They're kind of creeping up there into Marin as well, who also appears to be in a darker hull from the way that the lighting here works just simply by the sun being behind us now in the afternoon. But Oakland Strokes is the boat that is out in the lead in that light hull, flanked by Marin and St. Andrew, with Brookline also in the mix there in the top four here, the top leaders.
Yeah, and even Inglemore. You're going to see these times come through. They're all going to be pretty close to one another there at 500 meters. Oakland Strokes in the lead. We know that. Marin in second place. St. Andrew in third. Brookline in fourth. Inglemore you're going to see come through in fifth. And then it's Miami in sixth. And, you're looking at these two California crews. They know each other. Oakland obviously has decided that they want to sort of get the advantage. They've done that. They're holding on to about 3/4 of a length on Marin. Marin holding on to about 3/4 of a length on this great race that's going on between St. Andrew, who actually finished fourth in the time trial, with Marin finishing fifth. So Marin trying to sort of turn that on its head with side-by-side racing. St. Andrew now with about a 3/4 length advantage on the boat from Brookline. So we do have really good close racing. We have a lot of connection between these boats. It may space out a little bit as they come through 500 meters. 750 meters. It still is Oakland Strokes, and now they're sort of trying to break that overlap on Marin.
And you can see that Marin there at this point now, it almost seems like they're picking up a little bit of momentum here. Can they smell that Oakland Strokes is trying to get away from them, and can they pull it back in a little bit? And as they do, it certainly is bringing St. Andrew along with them. All of these crews, it seems like they're kind of pacing one another here at this point. Got a little bit of margin, and now we're just going to sit a little bit. Got a little bit of a margin, and now we're going to sit a little bit. And so even with Oakland Strokes there to the right of the picture, they're still out in front. They haven't quite broken to clear water. It's hard to see because of the color of the hull versus the water itself and the angle of the camera at this point. But given that a 4 is not as long of an 8, that isn't that much of a lead that they have at this early on in the race. There was only the one crew that's kind of fallen off the pace a little bit is out of Miami there. But the rest of the crews are all within striking distance of one another here.
Yeah, and here comes St. Andrew. They have closed the gap on Marin. You can see it was 1 second there at halfway. It had been more than that for Marin over St. Andrew. So, again, St. Andrew finished ahead of Marin in the time trial. Looks like not by much, but they did. So it's a matter of, about 3 seconds. So it's a matter of St. Andrew finding some speed here in the middle portion of the race, the middle 1,000, relative to Marin. But you have these three boats that continue to be out in front. You have the boat going with them is Brookline out of Brookline, Mass, up there in lane 2. But you can see that it's open water from third place right now, which is St. Andrew, to Brookline. So Brookline has a lot of work to do, especially because these boats are going to continue to probably test one another as you see St. Andrew bringing it up to level with Marin now.
And I misspoke earlier. It is Miami that has actually re-overtaken Inglemore, and they have maintained their position within the rest of the field, and they too are within striking distance as we approach the last 500 meters of the course. 500 meters doesn't leave you with a lot of race left to make up a ground if you want to be one of those top 3 qualifiers to move through to the A final, but there is enough race left to be rode that if they throw a Hail Mary, they might be able to get back in there into those top 3. But again, Oakland Strokes still out in front in that white hull. They set the tone early, and they've maintained it. The other crews, the two flanking them, are still St. Andrew and Marin fighting it back and forth. It does appear that St. Andrew has overtaken into second place, but Marin is still right there, so leads could continue to be exchanged for the remainder of this race. In the far background of the screen that you see outside of Marin is going to be Brookline, who is also still in there, and Miami and Brookline seem as though they might be similarly pacing one another, so it'll be interesting to see what happens when we gain a better vantage point as the crews approach the finish tower.
Yeah, it's a great point, Lindsay. You can't see Miami, but they are sort of right there with Brookline. They're on the left. They would be on the left of the screen as we come through 500 meters with your leader, Oakland Strokes. And obviously St. Andrew has laid the hammer down because they are now a full 3 seconds ahead of Marin. So those are your top 3, but then you see the gap back to Brookline of about 4 seconds, and then Miami. So you can see that there is going to be a lot of work to do, some heroics that are going to have to come out of that Brookline 4 to try to track down, it looks like, Marin at this point, as St. Andrew continues to push and continues to maybe even cut the gap here on Oakland Strokes, who had some pretty clear open water. It's getting closer. You see that bow of St. Andrew trying to grab a hold of this tip of the stern of Oakland Strokes. Either way, both of these boats in very good position to move forward to that A final and go for a national championship in this new category, the women's under 17-4 with coxswain. And we've got a full length of open water back to third place Marin. And on the right side of the screen top is sort of what's going on here. Can Brookline in the far right side of your screen top, can they catch Marin, or is it going to be Marin that moves forward and gets into that A final? Going to have to be super heroics from Brookline to do it. It could happen, but they're going to have to do it now.
You know, we've mentioned that St. Andrew boat there pushing into that second place. An interesting thing about this crew is that 3 of them are 115 pounds and that they're undefeated, 36-0 in 2021, with their closest margin of victory being 9 seconds. So they're a crew that has, potentially rowed together, been together for a while. So to see them pushing out there, they have quite a few wins under their belt. So to see them vying for this first position, putting pressure on Oakland Strokes, who has still maintained the lead here, is not going to be quite enough. And Oakland Strokes still looked pretty comfortable in their body language as they came across the line, like they might have more gears as they unofficially step into the A final along with St. Andrew and Marin.
So St. Andrew is defeated for the first time, but they'll finish second, and they'll get into the A final, which is what they needed to do. So will Marin, as you see the stroke woman in the Marin boat, very pleased with moving forward. And then it's Brookline ahead of, it looked like, Miami, and then Inglemore will finish it up. So that was the AB semifinal 1 of the women's under 17-4, and semifinal 2 is on the race course. Same progression. Don't have to tell you what it is at this point, because all day long it's been top 3 to try to get yourselves into the medal round in each of these events. This is AB semifinal 2 of the women's under 17-4 with coxswain. Furthest from the camera is PNRA Mercer in lane 2. In lane 3 is Whitemarsh. Lane 4 is Saugatuck, and they are your leader at 500 meters. Lane 5 is Pacific. Lane 6 is Pacific B, and in lane 7 is Blair Academy.
We're just 500 meters, just past 500 meters into this race, and already Saugatuck has set the tone very early here, having nearly clear water on Pacific, who is right behind them with those red blades, I believe that it is. But you can see Pacific has quite a low stroke rate relative to some of the other crews on the field, certainly a slightly lower stroke rate than what Saugatuck is currently rowing with. And so as a result, maybe they'll have more if they ramp it up a little bit toward the finish, but still a lot of race left to be rowed. We're only about 2.5 minutes into this race. So then in a close third behind them is going to be Whitemarsh, with on the inside lane in here in the dark hull is Blair, putting pressure on what Whitemarsh is doing there. So very close between 3rd and 4th place right now, and certainly Pacific's B entry is also close in there to vie for those top 3 spots that will advance to the A final.
So 3 spots up for grabs as they come through 750, and still clearly your leader is Saugatuck, a program that we don't have to mention, but we will, has had so much success in women's youth rowing and men's youth rowing, but particularly on the women's side. I think at one point I feel like they won 4 or 5 youth 8s in a row, and they are winning right now at this point as they approach halfway in this women's under 17-4 with coxswain. The boat behind them, you can see a couple seats of open water back, is that boat from Pacific, the Pacific A entry. There's also a Pacific B entry, who's sitting in maybe about 5th place. Pacific is ahead of, looks like the boat from Blair Academy, it may be in 3rd place as they come through halfway. We'll find out as the times come through. Again, they're unofficial, but it is pretty close there for 3rd place as you see Pacific coming through, and then it's Whitemarsh and Blair. They're going to be right with one another. Yep, separated by about a second, just ahead of Pacific B, and then it's going to be PNRA Mercer in that order at halfway. So halfway, all these crews resetting to some extent, or at least trying to reset if they're not leading. Saugatuck out there in the lead may not need to reset. They're just going to play defense. they're going to let the coxswain know what's going on behind them, and they maintain this about 3 seat of open water advantage.
And they're staying tidy there as the fatigue sets in this third 500 of the race, approaching the last 500 of the race. Saugatuck being able to stay tidy like that, breathing, relaxing. You get out in front, you have that view from where you are, and staying clean down the course is just going to allow them to maintain their efficiency over our current second place there. The Pacific's A entry with White Marsh potentially still hanging on to that third spot, but certainly being challenged by Blair and Pacific B's entry for that top 3 spots to go through to the A final. But again, Saugatuck out in front from the very beginning, set the tone very, very early, took a solid margin. This is about the margin that they took very early on and just kind of sat out there the entire time and staying tidy, which by the looks of it will keep them tidy all the way down the course. It'll allow them to maintain some efficiency, which will allow them to maintain a little bit of energy that they can expend if they need it in the last 500.
So here we come. It continues to be Saugatuck, and it continues to be second place Pacific. And then we've got this connection here between these two boats. It looks like White Marsh and now Pacific B, and you don't see in the picture there, but Blair is actually slightly ahead of Pacific B. And it looks like, to my eye, all 3 of those boats are connected here. So we may have quite the race in the last 500 meters for the 3rd spot in the A final. What we do know is that it's pretty clear out front as they come through 500 to go. You see Saugatuck come through. You're going to see Pacific come through, that those 2 boats are out in front. Open water back. Looks like White Marsh is going to come through in 3rd place. And how close are those other boats that are pacing each other there from Pacific B and Blair Academy? They are quite close, right? 0.3 of a second separating the 2. Are they going to be able to push themselves into White Marsh? White Marsh with a healthy advantage there for 3rd place, though, about 4 seconds. So it's going to be hard for any of those boats to overtake White Marsh. This is a very spaced out field at this point in the last 500 meters of this AB semifinal 2 of the women's under 17.4 with coxswain. But just maintaining their speed and keeping the rowing the same is Saugatuck out in front. And it's Pacific doing likewise, and they're both in sort of driver's seat positions to be able to fend off what's going on behind them.
Saugatuck and Pacific came into this second of 2 semifinals, having come out of the time trial in 2nd and 3rd. They were the 2nd and 3rd fastest times, behind Oakland Strokes. And so those 2 crews asserting themselves here, being the next 2 out. It's showing that the time trial, the chips are falling as they did in the time trial so far from what we're seeing from 1, 2, 3. Question is when those top 3 crews see each other in the A final, how is it going to lay down at that point? But Saugatuck maintaining their lead that they've had the whole time. It's a comfortable margin here at this point, even though they are ramping it up. You can see the stroke rate coming up. You can see Pacific with those orangish colored blades. Not necessarily ramping it up quite as much as Saugatuck, but certainly ramping it up. You can see the stroke woman there, the port stroke that they have. She's putting a little more effort behind it to make sure that they stay in top 2 and that White Marsh doesn't creep in on them at all at this point. And it is clear from here at this point that White Marsh does appear that they have a very healthy margin still on 4th and 5th place. So across the line first is Saugatuck, followed by Pacific's A entry. It will be unofficially White Marsh. After that, with in lane 6, Pacific's B entry crossing in 4th place, followed by Blair in that blue hull in 5th, and PNRA Mercer rounding at hour 6.
My name is Gustavo Laureano.
Walk it down.
I'm on with San Miguel Academy.
Way enough.
My name is Aiden Garcia.
My name is Oscar Leando.
Daniel Conde.
Joseph Cordova.
My name is Ismael Chihuahua.
We're in Sarasota, Florida at the Youth Nationals.
Hard work does pay off, and we all worked hard to get here. We're living here now. It's amazing. It's good.
It means a lot. It means that our team worked hard. We really, over the past 3 years, we've worked as much as we can to get to this point.
I'm proud because I never would have thought that we would have made it this far.
My name is Mark Connell. and I'm the executive director of the San Miguel program in Newburgh, New York. San Miguel program, it's a 12-year intervention program. We're in Newburgh, New York. It's the most violent city in the state of New York.
In our hometown, there's a lot of violence, drugs, and stuff like that. So we had an option between to be on the water or to be on the streets. And not a lot of kids have options like that. So we all chose the water.
We use rowing, we're an educational program. We use rowing as a means to an end, to create educational access for our kids.
It's a sport where you have to trust each other. You have to work together, or else it won't work. The boat won't work.
This is it first? First for us. We've been rowing at the academy for 13 years. We never competed. Shea Cooper came along and said, "Why aren't you competing?" And well, we just don't have the means to do that. And he said, "I'll make that possible for you." Since July of last year, we've been competing. And here we are, fast forward, we're at the Nationals.
I want to thank Shea Cooper, because if he didn't believe in us, we wouldn't have been here.
If it wasn't for San Miguel, maybe, I don't know. I don't know what could happen to me, to be honest.
As we're coming down to the last 200 meters or so of this race, in this men's under 17 quad, first of two semifinals, it is in lane 4, and that's in that yellow hull. Maritime out in front with oars chasing from behind. That's oars in lane 3 in the white hull on the far side, with Saratoga currently in third on the near side, a very close third. You can also see Oregon Unlimited on the far side of the course, charging hard, but certainly going to be out of those top 3 positions. Our current leaders, Maritime, will cross the finish line unofficially in first place with an open water lead over second place oars in lane 3, who has about a half a length on Saratoga in lane 5. With crossing in fourth place on the far side of the course, Oregon Unlimited, followed by out of lane 6, Seton Hall Prep, and in lane 7, Port Rowing. That is, of course, unofficial, but that was the men's under 17 quad AB semifinal 1. The top 3 there, Maritime, Oars, and Saratoga, will advance to the A final. The next 3 to the B final. And here we are, 250 meters into the men's U17 quad AB semifinal 2. Setting the field in lane 2, the far side of the course, is Texas Center. Lane 3, Vero Beach. Lane 4, Miami Beach. Lane 5, Nereid. Lane 6, Belen Jesuit. And in lane 7, Conestoga. so early on in the race, there's still barely anything to be said so far for the race. We do have Texas,
other than it's a good race.
Other
right?
than it's a good race, yeah. Texas Center maybe just taking a little bit of a margin here at this point in the race, but still very, very close between our top 3 competitors with the next 3 competitors in lanes 3, 6, and 7, just a hair behind the pack. But again, so early in the race, just 500 meters, everyone's still in contact with one another. It is Texas Center that does appear to be just a hair ahead of the field, but following very closely to them are going to be in lanes 4 and 5, Miami Beach and Nereid.
One of the best races we've had to 500 meters is the one you're looking at right now. Semifinal 2 of the men's under 17 quad. We're trying to figure out who's going to be in the A final and who's going to be in the B final of these 6 boats. And you can see at 500 meters, they were separated by 3 total seconds, the whole field. So an incredible race so far. And it doesn't really look like anybody necessarily really wants to jump out to the lead. Maybe it's Nereid in lane 5, but right there with them, as you see that from the side, is Miami Beach in lane 4. Not to discount Texas Center in lane 2 as they come through 750. You see that sign on the picture. Everybody is still in the mix, though. You see the rest of these boats. Maybe the boats in lane 6 and 7, Belen Jesuit and Conestoga, dropping off just a little bit. But I'll tell you what, Vero Beach is still very much in this. You see them there on the left side of the screen. They still have connection with everybody in front of them.
Barely a second and a half separated Nereid and Miami Beach coming through the time trial. So here these crews are, as you've mentioned before, David, looking for Nereid, looking to turn that result on its head, see if they can best Miami Beach now that they are side by side. But still, our current 3 leaders are very close here in this race, and it still is Texas out in that outside lane 2 because they did come in 10th in the time trial, hence being in that far outside lane. Maybe that's to their advantage, being away from everybody else. They can sneak out and do what they are doing. But Texas Center out there, Miami Beach, Nereid, all very close as we cross the next 500 of the race here, or the next 7.
So as they come through 1,000 meters, we get the 1,000-meter time starting to come through. It is Conestoga with a slight lead. We'll see that it's not very much there ahead of, they're starting to come through all kinds of crazy times. It looks like Texas actually is out in front now by half a second, they said, at 1,000 meters. And that's just how this race has gone. I mean, look at these boats clumped together. And Vero Beach is staying tough. I'm seeing that bow card of Vero Beach all the way on the left when you're looking at that side shot. And you can see them there on the left. And look at this water at Nathan Benderson Park right now, Lindsay. I mean, this is perfectly flat, gorgeous water for these quads and for this national championship that we have. And you've got these boats still side by side. So Nereid at 1250, they want to go back in front, and you're seeing them do that. They're now ahead of Texas Center. Coming up and evening it out with Texas Center appears to be Miami Beach. So these 3 boats just will not give. And quite frankly, yet again, I have to mention that Vero Beach also won't give. They may not quite have an overlap on every single one of those 3 boats, but they are close. So they're within striking distance. Then you can see in lane 6, Belen Jesuit is ahead of Conestoga in lane 7. But what a race that we have up front, even if it's just for the lanes in this A final between these 3 boats.
It did look as though for a moment there that Miami Beach had the lead there in the dark hull, and then you have Nereid there in lane 5 with the light hull. Just trading blows here, going back and forth with who's going to be in the lead. Texas, who had been in the lead for the majority of the race so far, just an even ever so slight lead, has now fallen back out of the lead. So your new leader is Miami Beach in that dark hull, and they're just inching. They want to inch away from Nereid because they know that it's too close to call at this point. You don't want to leave it up to the judges. You want to make the statement and come across in a position where you know that you have either come in for a second or third, and certainly for these guys, they want to come across in first place. And so as they attempt to ramp it up to get a little bit of a margin to set themselves up for a good position for a good, confident sprint, they stepped out, and then Nereid answered, and now Miami Beach is attempting to step out again, which they've taken another seat back from Nereid. So as soon as you see all of 3 of these top 3 crews right now out of Miami Beach, Nereid, and Texas, see those red buoys cross, because this is the quad. This is not the coxed quad. Those guys have to see it out of their periphery to know that they are in the last 250 meters. And quads cover a lot of ground very, very quickly. And so this last 250 is going to go by very quickly. Don't blink. You won't see the difference between Miami Beach and Nereid when the finish line comes.
It's Miami Beach right now, a deck over Nereid. both of those boats have pulled away from your leader at one point, Texas Center. But those 3 boats, again, are out on the rest. It is at the top left of your picture in the navy blue, white, and red. That is Vero Beach, but they are sitting in 4th place, and you can see that it's open water back to their 4th place. They're going to try to hang on to 4th place over a charging Belen Jesuit in lane 6, and Belen Jesuit with about 2 lengths of open water on Conestoga in lane 7. So here it comes down to the line. It does look like it's going to be Miami Beach hanging on. So really, it just went back and forth. Every single one of these top 3 boats had the lead at some point in that great race that we just saw. Semifinal 2, AB of the men's under 17 quad. It's going to be Miami Beach ahead of Nereid and Texas. Those 3 unofficially moving to the A final. And then it's going to be Vero Beach, Belen Jesuit, and Conestoga in the B final of this boat class.
Boy, Miami Beach really turned it on there in the last little bit. You could see their aggression. They really ramped it up a little bit more than the other crews there. Certainly Nereid stayed just a little bit more calm and collected. Maybe they were okay with where they were, knowing that they were going to advance to that A final. So when that race gets run, we are sure in for a treat when that happens.
So you can see on that shot, clouds have rolled in a little bit. It's getting a little darker here. And coming with it has been just a little bit of wind, not much. Still flat water. Maybe the wind's coming out of the west just a little bit, so maybe it's a slight crosswind. We are on the race course with AB semifinal 1 of the women's under 17 quads, and that's what's coming into your picture now. I'll set the field for you furthest from the camera is Burton Beach in lane 2. Then it's Maritime Rowing Club in lane 3. Oregon Rowing Unlimited in lane 4, Connecticut Boat Club in lane 5. Then it's California Yacht Club in lane 6, not in the picture currently, and Peachtree City in lane 7. Your leader here is Oregon Rowing Unlimited, and you can see that their lead is 1 length on Connecticut Boat Club.
Connecticut there in the pink and with the dark hull there. Certainly they have a commanding 2nd place here at this point in the race. The angle is a little bit off in terms of the buoy line. So the crew that is out in front is Oregon Unlimited. You have Connecticut in a solid 2nd place behind them, and Burton Beach and Maritime Rowing Club vying for that 3rd place position at this point. That's Maritime in the yellow hull there with Burton Beach out on the far side. And it looks, I'm not even going to call it from here because the angle is not straight across, but those two seem to be going back and forth as we cross this next 500.
So the halfway point, you can see Oregon Rowing Unlimited, 2 seats of open water to Connecticut Boat Club. And then it is going to be that gold boat of Maritime just slightly ahead of Burton Beach. You can see that slight lead is, 0.2 of a second there at 1,000 meters. Then we're going to see rolling through. That is your boat from, I think, Peachtree City. Burton Beach ahead of Peachtree City. Peachtree City ahead of California Yacht Club. So that's how they're going to come through at 1,000. As you see this picture, far right is your leader, Oregon Rowing Unlimited. They continue to have open water on Connecticut Boat Club. Connecticut Boat Club, center of the screen in the pink. And really having moved away now from Burton Beach is Maritime. So we do have a solid top 3. And in this third 500, really starting to assert themselves relative to Burton Beach. As soon as I say that, Burton Beach starting to close it a little bit, Lindsay. But Maritime has pulled away from Burton Beach.
You can see, as you say, starting to close it, you can just see their bodies moving a little bit more aggressively there in that far hull, that white hull with Burton Beach. They're wearing the white hats in the background there, with Maritime being just a hair above them at this point. But you can see almost that the women in the Burton Beach boat are disappearing a little bit behind the athletes in the Maritime Rowing Club boat, which means maybe they're gaining ground on them just a little bit. But Maritime does still have a decent margin lead at this point in the race as we approach the last 500. They did some work early on. Is it enough work that they can maintain their margin in the last bit here? Being able to find that kind of second wind at this point. Sometimes crews perk up right at 500 meters to go, and then the gas, the extension cord starts to come out of the wall toward the last 200 or so. So with Maritime right now in the position that they are in, they've had the confidence to be slightly in front of Burton Beach all along, and it does look as though Burton Beach made a bit of a push, and then it maybe re-inspired Maritime a bit to perk back up and also begin their sprint as we now cross into the last 500 meters. And as that angle changes, the leader is still Oregon Unlimited, heading into the last 500, still sitting in a solid first place, followed by Connecticut, who has a solid second place at this point, followed by Maritime, who seems to be maintaining their margin over Burton Beach.
Yep, then coming through there is, I believe, lane 7, Peachtree City. And they are coming through ahead of, really off the pace, and maybe they had an equipment issue, unfortunately, is the boat from California Yacht Club as I look down the race course, about 500 meters open water behind Peachtree City. So clearly something has happened in that boat, unfortunately, but they will still find themselves in a B final here at Youth Nationals. As I'm looking at Peachtree City from Peachtree, Georgia, I think that's a newer club. I don't recall seeing them here at the U.S. Rowing Youth National Championship before. But it continues to be that boat out in front. It is Oregon Rowing Unlimited. And they continue to be ahead of the pink jerseys there, pink unisuit tops of Connecticut Boat Club. Third place continues to be the gold boat there on the picture on the right side from Maritime. And Burton Beach is hanging tough. They're trying to push it. I don't think they're going to have enough space, however, to track down Maritime. So we're in the last 20 strokes with your leader, Oregon Rowing Unlimited, trying to go start to finish and win this AB semifinal one of the women's under 17 quad, put themselves in the A final in a favored lane, and it appears that they will do so here in style ahead of Connecticut Boat Club and then Maritime. These boats are really moving quickly as they hit the finish line.
You know, with our top three, the top three that are going to advance unofficially to that A final, it seems like a similar margin that they've had on one another for the second half of this race. But what has happened is that Maritime has extended their lead over Burton Beach. So it is Oregon Unlimited, followed by Connecticut in second place, Maritime in third. Burton Beach will cross in fourth, and it is Peachtree City that will cross in fifth. David, you're right. It says this is their first appearance at Youth Nationals since its inception in 2015. So a relatively younger club, but first appearance here since 2015. You know, what you mentioned about California Yacht Club possibly having something going on with their equipment. We have seen some of their other sculling crews come down the course already today, having fantastic rows showing that they do have speed. So possibly there is something going on there yet. That has yet to be determined, of course, from where we sit.
So it is going to be California Yacht Club finishing up. We'll probably have a slight break in the action here to make sure that everyone is safe in that boat before we hit it with the second AB semifinal of the women's under 17 quad, which will be next after a short break.
And we are nearly halfway down the race course in the women's U17 quad AB semifinal 2. In lane 2 on the far outside of the course is First Coast. In lane 3, Los Gatos. Lane 4, Nereid. Lane 5, Narragansett. Lane 6, Parati, and lane 7, Conestoga. Our early leaders was from Narragansett, followed by Nereid. Those two boats were very incredibly close. Less than a half a second separated them in the time trials coming into this position, which was also very close race with Oregon Unlimited as well. Oregon Unlimited, obviously, in the previous semifinal. Now Nereid and Narragansett in lanes adjacent to one another in this second semifinal. Those three boats qualified with your three fastest times out of the time trial, and less than a second separated all three of them. But here we are on the course. A little bit of rain has started to fall, but in the quad, right, your hands get a little bit wet. It's an outdoor sport. Let's bring that up again. I'm sure these athletes have all rowed in rain before. That gives you good practice so that when you do show up at races like this, you already have a little bit of training in adverse conditions under your belt, and it doesn't really throw you off your game. Might throw the spectators off their game a little bit, but it does not throw the athletes off of their game. Part of practice is to prepare for situations very much like this. And you can see, even from our eye, as diagonal as we are from the finish tower, that it is still Narragansett and Nereid out in front, and those two boats are very much in close contact with one another. Very little separates the two. Every time they cross a 500, we get a new split. You can see that not just by the eye you can tell that very little separates them, but also by the time, very little still separates them. Over on the outside, potentially in third place, it does look like Los Gatos is going to maintain our third place position, at least at this point, with then the outside lanes of First Coast and Conestoga being relatively close to one another. And, you know, I have to say Parati is in the mix as well, but it does look like separation for the top three versus the next three contenders in this semifinal 2 of the women's U17 quad.
Summer in Florida is what we're seeing. You can probably see it on the cameras here. That's why we've gone to the stationary cameras, is because it was raining very hard. It has actually let up a little bit, and but it is still raining. So you've got Nereid in front of Narragansett by about 3 seconds. So Nereid really did pull away from Narragansett at 1,000 meters. They were only separated by about a half a second. So Nereid has decided they want to try to win this semifinal.
And traded places.
Yep, and it's, you know, as Lindsay said, not only is this an outdoor sport, rowing, but it's also a water sport. So let's be clear about the fact that everybody who has been a part of this sport has gotten wet at some point. Their hands have gotten wet, even if they're out there in conditions where it is not raining. You're going to get some water on your hands, and you've got to deal with it, and everybody is pretty used to it. Sometimes the boat starts to fill up with water, but that's just part of it, and that's going to be consistent throughout the field. So it's Nereid out in front. It is Narragansett sitting in second place out of Rhode Island. Long tradition of sculling at Narragansett. And then it's Los Gatos maintaining third place. You can see that they have open water back to, I'm going to give fourth place right now to First Coast up there in lane 2.
And it was Narragansett who had the early lead on Nereid, and then Nereid, through that third 500 of the race, decided to not only overtake them, past them, but then to set up, put themselves in a position where they wanted to take a solid margin, make a statement here. So the separation that we saw in the time trial between these two crews is going to be very different than what we see right here as they are side by side. Top three it is to advance, so maybe Narragansett is reserving something for tomorrow, don't know, but certainly Nereid laid down a fantastic second 1,000 of the race to come out with the win in this semifinal 2. Nereid will cross the line, Narragansett will cross the line in second behind them unofficially, with Los Gatos in third, and First Coast crossing in fourth, Conestoga in fifth, and behind them Parati in sixth.
So that was semifinal 2 AB of the women's under 17 quad. And we're going to shift to the 8s shortly. And that will be the next race, potentially on the race course. We're going to go to a break here, but if we resume and continue the schedule here, it will be the men's under 17 8s. But like I said, we will go to a short break as our final boat came across the line there. It was Parati in lane 6.
Saw a little hand in the air of the woman in 3 seat there in the Narragansett boat. Pretty pleased with what they pulled off as they came across the line.
All right, we're on the race course with 8s. This is semifinal 1 AB of the men's under 17 8. These are very fast boats. All these athletes under 17 years of age. They can be 16 through December 31st of this year, 2022. New event here of many here at our 2022 U.S. Rowing Youth National Championships as we shift into these underage categories, almost like soccer or also like rowing has been for quite some time in other countries, particularly in Europe. So let's set the field for you. Furthest from the camera, Central Catholic from Pittsburgh. Lane 3 is Row, New Jersey. Lane 4 is PNRA Mercer. Lane 5 is St. Joe's Prep. Lane 6 is Pacific. Lane 7, closest to the camera, is Row America Rye. And Lindsay, if I had to give it to somebody at the moment, it looks like it's PNRA Mercer out in front.
I absolutely agree with that. You know, it keeps throwing me off being shifted over the lane, but the third boat in there is PNRA Mercer in that dark colored hull, and they are the boat that in the first 500 meters has pushed themselves out into the front, into the lead here at this point. But there is so much overlap for all of the crews, and that is such an early point in the race. You're just getting into your base rhythm at that point, you know, and as I look at this entire field and see everyone here doing, you know, what they're doing, lengthening out into their rhythm, you know, Central Catholic Pitt seems to be moving well over on the far side of the course, even though they aren't currently one of our top 2 leaders. That is going to be PNRA Mercer and St. Joe's Prep that are going to be the 2 crews that are out in front, but it does appear to be quite close between Central Catholic Pitt and Pacific, even though they're on opposite sides of the course in lane 2 and lane 6 respectively. They're having a nice little race amongst themselves, but here are clear leaders stepping away from the field stroke by stroke as we are 750 meters into this race are PNRA Mercer and St. Joe's Prep. Gosh, and it's very close here across with 3 boats. The only boat that's just a tiny bit back of the trailing 4 hulls is the crew from Row, New Jersey. And when I say a tiny bit back, it's just a couple of seats. So it's 3 boats that are basically vying for position 3 as of this present moment, but really it's 4 boats vying for position 3 at this present moment behind PNRA Mercer still and St. Joe's Prep.
So it's Prep. They really travel in force. Every time I say Prep, I hear people cheering outside this finish line tower.
Yeah. You call
and on cue. So they're sitting in second place behind PNRA Mercer. Mercer with about a 3/4 length advantage. And then it's a full length there for Prep ahead of Pacific. I'm going to give Pacific third place at the moment. And you see that coming through on the times. They're Pacific just ahead, a little less than a second of Dan Marino's Central Catholic is where he went to high school. Central Catholic has had some very fast men's 8s over the years, certainly over the last 5 years, winning Scholastic National Championships. We've seen him at Youth Nationals quite a bit as well. You see the 2 boats. These are the boats out front. It's PNRA Mercer, who you can see has about a half a length on Prep. And you can see that there is open water back to the rest of the field because when you look to the left, you don't see anyone else. So those are your top 2. Again, top 3 are going to move through to the A final to go for the medals and a trophy in the men's under 17 8. And that's what you're watching as Prep starts to maybe close the gap a little bit.
And we have just around 2 minutes, maybe just a hair over 2 minutes left in the race now, just under 2 minutes left in the race. So the vast majority of the race has been done. And as that has happened, these 2 crews, you know, St. Joe's Prep is looking to get back into the lead that PNRA Mercer took early on in the race. But all that is doing is just continuing to extend the distance that these 2 crews have on the rest of the field at this point. You know, you can see that both of these crews, if you look at them in the picture, we get almost all of both 8s in there, and they both just seem to be staying smooth, staying collected, staying calm, and staying very effective as they extend their lead. You know, I would say that here we are in Row, New Jersey there through the mid portion, that middle 1,000 of the race, they didn't like where they were. They didn't like that they were the boat that was 4th out of the 4 that were vying for that 3rd spot, and they certainly righted that ship in that middle 1,000 of the race, and they've put themselves in a position to vie for that 3rd spot along with Pacific. So even though St. Joe's Prep and PNRA Mercer are still out in front, you know, Pacific and Row, New Jersey are going to have a heck of a last 300 meters here to figure out who's going to take the next step to be in that A final.
And it is Row, New Jersey that kind of came out of nowhere. They were sitting in last place, right? And I remember you calling that out, and now they're sitting in a position where they could make it through to the A final. So they really have changed their speed, and they're going at it with Pacific, but out in front it continues to be Mercer ahead of Prep. And then it's open water back to those two. It's the red boat at the top of the race course. That is Row, New Jersey. It is the white boat with the red blades closer to the shore, lane 6, Pacific. Those two boats are really going after one another. You can see the boat from Row, New Jersey, it's an orange boat. They're really trying to wind it up. They're trying to find speed. I think Pacific's sitting in a solid 3rd place right now. Can Row, New Jersey track them down? It really may come right down to the line as we get into the last 15 strokes with your leader, Mercer. And Mercer has wound it up. They have taken up the stroke rating, and they've moved away a little bit from Prep. Prep still solidly in a 2nd place position, which would put them in the A final. And it's Pacific. Are they going to be able to hang on as we get very close here? It's going to come right down to it because Row, New Jersey is really game, and they are trying, and it's going to come down to a photo finish maybe.
There will be a photo no matter what as they cross the line. It does appear that they are trading bow balls. Don't know if Row, New Jersey ever eked it out past Pacific there at that point, but holy smokes, was that close for that final 3rd qualifying spot to go to that A final. So those are your top 4 crews. Coming in 5th, crossing the line is going to be Row America Rye, and at the top of the course is going to be Central Catholic Pitt, crossing in 6th. So PNRA Mercer certainly across in 1st unofficially, followed by St. Joe's Prep. If you look at the times on the screen, it does show Pacific and then Row, New Jersey. I would certainly, take a look at that picture no matter what, because, man, that is a heck of a race. That is literally running 5 laps on a track and then losing by just a golf ball.
Great race in AB semifinal 1 of the men's under 17.8. We're already on the race course with semifinal 2. Let's set the field for you as the camera picks them up, and they are through 500 meters. They're approaching 750. Or coming through 750 in lane 2, it's Long Beach Junior. Lane 3, Greenwich. Lane 4, Marin. Lane 5, Sarasota Crew. Lane 6, Oakland Strokes. And in lane 7 is Mount Baker. Your top qualifier coming in is Marin. And as they come through 750, it is a lead for Marin. You can see it's about 3/4 of a length over Sarasota Crew. Sarasota Crew with about a half a length on Greenwich. Those are your top 3 that are on the picture there.
And again, this is another one of those races where we see a little bit of clear water from the top 3 to the next 3 in the race. Clear distinction between, 1st place, 2nd place, and 3rd place here as we see it, and then another step back to the rest of the crews in the field. So from where the athletes are sitting, they might have a little sense of confidence in them, but as we've seen, lots of crews right their ships, make a difference in that middle 1,000, that very challenging middle portion of the race to completely flip early results on late results. We saw that with Neria and Narragansett. We certainly saw it with Row, New Jersey in the previous race. So it happens. Wherever you are, keep chipping away because you never know what's going to happen when the finish line comes.
So looking at flat water here at the finish line, beautiful flat water. The only ripples coming from the safety launches that are getting themselves back into position. Continues to be Marin. You can see it's about 1.5 seconds, or 2 seconds-ish, which is a full length there, trying to break the overlap on Sarasota Crew. Sarasota Crew has extended their 2nd place lead on 3rd place Greenwich to a full half length. So you're in that Sarasota Crew boat. If I'm that coxswain, I'm looking to keep that overlap with Marin. And likewise, the Marin coxswain I just saw look over at the bow ball of Sarasota Crew and is likely saying, I do not want an overlap anymore. So that's what's going on in these top 2 boats as they come through 1250. Into the last 750 meters of our 2,000-meter race course. This is AB semifinal 2 of the men's under 17.8s. And right now, it continues to be Marin ahead of Sarasota Crew. Sarasota Crew has pulled away now from Greenwich. Those are your top 3, and those are the boats in the picture.
And as the camera adjusted there, you can see that it looked as though Marin did just barely break free, just as you said it, David, for as much as you would have wanted it as a coxswain. So did the Marin coxswain. Wanted open water on Sarasota Crew, who is about a half length or more ahead of Greenwich here. And as they are just chipping away at this race course little by little, there's not a ton of race left to be rode, considering that the time is going to be somewhere around 6 minutes, just over 6 minutes, maybe 6:10, something like that, as they come down the course. So those 3 crews have done the work early that have they have set themselves up for success at this point in the race as we continue to watch it happen. Again, Marin out in front. leading from end to end here. Sarasota crew, I can imagine, is going to charge at them. Even if they took a little bit of open water, they're going to want to come back for whatever they can get in the closing 300 meters of this race. And it is Greenwich still out there in third place, with Oakland Strokes in there as well for what appears to be fourth place. They may have a full length or more on the fifth and sixth place crews out of Mount Baker and Long Beach Juniors.
So it is kind of a spaced out field. We do have some space between all of these boats. It's Marin, it's Sarasota Crew, it's Greenwich. Those are your top three. The boat in fourth place is Oakland Strokes, but at 500 meters to go, they were 5 seconds behind the boat from Greenwich. And I don't think there's any heroics probably that are going to close a 5-second gap in 500 meters. So it does look like it is pretty well settled here as Marin moves back out to open water ahead of Sarasota Crew. Sarasota Crew with open water ahead of Greenwich. And those are going to be your top three likely that move forward to the A final. Just missing out being Oakland Strokes. And then at the top of the race course, Long Beach Junior, and then Mount Baker out of the Pacific Northwest. So it is Marin start to finish. When we checked in with the race, they were out in front, and they're going to finish this thing with half a length of open water ahead of Sarasota Crew. Sarasota Crew still charging. They are going to finish with almost a full length of open water ahead of Greenwich. Greenwich with a length ahead of fourth place Oakland Strokes. And then it's going to be Long Beach Juniors finishing up in fifth place, about a length ahead, maybe 3/4 of a length ahead of Mount Baker. So that's how they're going to finish up in AB semifinal 2 of the men's under 17 eights. And the next race that we'll find on the race course is going to be the women's under 17 eights, and it will be semifinal 1 shortly.
Yeah, this was my first weekend rowing the new remodeled King boat, and I have to say I was really impressed.
We won?
Came out on top. It was a good race. Good race.
We've won it 5 out of the last 7 times they've had the regatta.
The stability of the boats is phenomenal.
There's a little something for everyone.
The new style looks very sleek.
I really like the coxed. Yeah, huge fan of the King boat.
And we are off in the first of two semifinals for the women's under 17 eights here. Again, same progression, top three to the A final. We're just a few seconds into this race. As you can see, the sun has come back out here on the race course. That's how these, systems sometimes move through, drop a little rain, move on, and the water is just even nicer than it was slightly before the race took off. So let's set this up in lane 2 on the far side of the course is Holy Names. Lane 3 is Newport. Lane 4, Row America Rye. Lane 5 is NorCal. Lane 6 is Capital. And in lane 7, we have a National Cathedral School.
Out of Washington, D.C., as you might imagine. And we are seeing an early lead here for Row America Rye, a considerable one, a full-length advantage on the rest of the field. Looks to my eye like the boats to their right, so it looks like maybe NorCal and Capital are kind of back and forth here for second and third. Then it's further up on the race course. It looks like Newport sitting in 4th place. So those are your top 4 as they start to come through. That is a tremendous lead, though, for Row America Rye this early in the race course, not even at 500 meters with open water. So they really threw down the hammer, did Row America Rye. And you're looking at, we're looking at the times here coming in. Row America Rye in this women's event, they did win the time trial by 9 seconds, Lindsay. So This is no fluke. Row America Rye may just have a tremendous amount more speed than everyone else in this boat category. But look at this race that's going on for second and third place. At 500 meters, it was a 1/10 of a second separating Capital and NorCal, with Capital slightly ahead of NorCal. Right now, NorCal is slightly ahead of Capital. So what a race going on between them. Also connected with them is that boat from Newport. So you've got 3 boats from California for 2 spots in the A final, but we do know that Row America Rye is going to be hard to track down already.
And you could see, a few moments ago, the Row America Rye coxswain, she peeked over her shoulder just as they broke open water, and now they have even more. So it appears that they're just going to continue to extend their lead that you said coming out of the time trial was 9 seconds on the second fastest crew, which is not even in this race. So a solid margin over the crews that follow. And there she goes again, peeking behind her, because what else do you do at that point? If she wants to gain advantage, she wants to, no matter how far ahead, you can never be far enough ahead. She needs to know what ground they have, what margin they have, to make sure she stays aware of what's going on. Because as these very tight races happen and unfold behind the leaders, what we're seeing already with NorCal and Capital going at one another very closely, that's going to be a very hot race all the way down the course. It's going to require a lot of attention by the athletes in those crews. It's going to require a lot of mental focus and a lot of effort and energy, which could propel them emotionally down the course, which could, take little bites out of that Row America Rye lead. But the lead that Row America Rye does have currently is quite comfortable at this point in the race. And it does look as though NorCal has taken about a half length there on Capital, with Newport still hanging in there, looking like they want maybe a bigger piece of Capital than what Capital might want to give them.
Yeah, we know Newport is a program with a storied history. They've got a lot of speed, and they're probably going to stay in this race. We'll see if maybe they have something in the last bit of the race to try to track everyone down. Other than Row America Rye, you look at the difference in times. Row America Rye won the time trial. NorCal was 4th, about 16 seconds behind them. So, again, we're looking at top 2 boats qualifying for this race separated by 16 seconds. That is a tremendous amount. That is like 30 open meters. So Row America Rye not in the picture. You see this battle going on between NorCal and Capital. NorCal with half a length on Capital. Capital is closest to the camera. And then it's Newport on the left side trying to hold an overlap with Capital. And you see that I just saw the Capital coxswain looking over at that bow ball of Newport, trying to get open water as they come through 1250 and into the last 750 meters, although Row America Rye is almost approaching 500 meters to go.
And these two crews that had such tight contact, NorCal and Capital, NorCal in the darker hull, Capital in the white hull here in the foreground. NorCal has continued to just kind of inch away from Capital, but Capital has been able to maintain their margin over Newport. They're just staying a little bit tighter here, which has allowed them to stay in front. But hey, as soon as I say that, of course, Newport takes a little little bit of a move and attempts to kind of scooch back up in there because, again, it's top three to go through. And even though we see three here in the picture, there is another crew out farther to the right by a significant margin on the rest of the field here. In this women's U17-8, first of two semifinals that we have here this afternoon back under the Southwest Florida sun.
Lots of birds. I'm seeing commercial airliners circling the park here as they now do, landing at Sarasota Bradenton International Airport. As you see this boat coming through out of lane 7, that is the boat from National Cathedral School out of Washington, D.C., a women's school in D.C., and it's great to see them here in this AB semifinal, one of the women's under 17-8. Far right side of the screen, just in the picture there, is Row America Rye. And then you continue to look back. It still is NorCal in those jerseys that have some gold on the top of them, still sitting in second place. And then it continues to be Capital ahead of Newport. Newport trying. They keep trying. I just don't know if they're going to be able to catch Capital because Capital has been sort of in the driver's seat relative to Newport. But you never know what could happen here in the last 250 meters. You see those red buoys. You start to get some adrenaline. You know that it's time to go. And especially in an AB semifinal, this is it. You got to try to get top three to make it through and row for the medals. Right now, we know it's Row America Rye. They've got about 3 or 4 boat lengths of open water back to NorCal. It continues to be Capital, though, and they're going to be hard to catch for Newport.
In the final few strokes here as they approach the line, it is Row America Rye with a clear several lengths of open water on the rest of the field here. And they maintained composure, but they also maintained aggression. They didn't let up. They rode their full race down the course, which is great to see, even though they had such a margin over the current second place. It is NorCal and the Blue Hull crossing in second, followed by Capital. They broke to clear water there. NorCal did over Capital in the closing 300 to 500 meters of the race. Newport then crossed in fourth place with Holy Names coming through in fifth, and National Cathedral School rounding out the 6th boats on the race course. So it will be unofficially Row America Rye joined by NorCal and Capital in the A final. The question of who the other 3 crews in the A final will be answered next in the second of these 2 semifinals for the women's under 17 eights.
We'll take a quick break and we'll be back with you.
And we are underway here in the women's U17-8's second of two semifinals. The answer to the question of who the other three crews will be in the A final for the event will be answered by the time that all of these crews cross the finish line. We are still very early in the very early stages of this race, though so far just barely about to cross into the first 250 meters. So all of these crews are probably still in start phase, adrenaline pumping, before they can really kind of wrap their heads around what's about to happen down the course. And who's on the course for you right now in lane 2 on the far side is going to be Greenwich. Lane 3 is Long Beach Juniors. In lane 4, you have the Cincinnati Juniors. In lane 5, Saugatuck. Lane 6, Mount St. Joseph. Lane 7, CRI in that red hall in the foreground here. You got the sun behind us now. We're well into the afternoon here, so it makes it a little bit harder to see, but we will do our best with what's happening on the course right now. What our best is, everyone is still very much in contact with one another. Possibly Cincinnati Juniors has maybe started to edge out a little bit on the field, potentially in second place. Right behind them is going to be Mount St. Joe's with Saugatuck in between. But I can imagine Saugatuck, as they lengthen out, that they are going to certainly be a viable crew here. So keep an eye on those lanes. In the center is going to be in lanes 4, 5, and 6 right now. Cincinnati, Saugatuck, and Mount St. Joe's that seem to be our current slight leaders on the rest of the field.
Yeah, you're going to see the times come through. It's going to be about a second and a half separating those three. That's how close it is. You can see Cincinnati Juniors with maybe about a deck and a seat on the other two. You saw that at 500 meters, it was only 0.3 of a second between Saugatuck and Mount St. Joseph. And CRI is right there in the lane closer to the beach. Again, you're not really seeing anything other than sort of dark silhouettes simply because the sun is coming out of the west now and kind of hitting the camera almost dead on. But it does show us still that we have the Cincinnati Juniors out in front. Obviously a very long, storied program, Cincinnati Juniors, particularly in sweep rowing. And they continue at 7:50 to lead the field by about 20 feet ahead of the boat from Saugatuck. Saugatuck now has moved out to at least a half a length advantage on Mount St. Joseph. Those continue to be your top three, but they have sort of spaced out relative to one another. And then we'll see what happens behind them. Can Long Beach Junior find some speed? CRI. There's a lot of race left here as we're not even halfway.
And it is Greenwich has a slight advantage over Long Beach Juniors at this point. Greenwich out of Connecticut there in the far lane. Long Beach Juniors in the next lane closest. So Greenwich in lane 2, Long Beach in lane 3. And it is Greenwich in that outside lane. They were put there simply by how they fell in the time trial. But here we are, 6 boats across. And they are, the better part of a length ahead of Long Beach Juniors now at this point. And certainly that's going to help them stay
and
well
level
into
with
the
Mount
leaders.
St. Joseph, too.
Yeah, well into the leaders to crawl back into Mount St. Joseph's, who was one of the top 3 crossing as we began this race. And then on the inside of the race course, you will have a CRI, who is currently behind the pack, behind Long Beach Juniors here, crossing into the second 1,000 of the race.
Right, so we see at the halfway point, the time's coming through unofficial. It's actually about a half a second advantage now for Greenwich over Mount St. Joseph. So a big second 500 for Greenwich has them in a qualifying position just ahead of Mount St. Joseph. Out in front, continuing to sort of pull away now with almost 3/4 of a length lead is the Cincinnati Juniors ahead of Saugatuck. Those are the boats that are primarily in the picture there. You do still see Greenwich up there. They were sitting in third place about 150 meters ago as they came through the checkpoint, and they continue to be in third place. Mount St. Joseph not in the picture, but they were in fourth place, again, very close to Greenwich. But they're not in the picture right now, which tells me that maybe they have dropped back just a little bit from Greenwich. Out in front continues to be at 12:50 the boat from Cincinnati Juniors. They look very controlled. They look like they are in command here, and they're basically not really moving away. They're kind of just, I keep seeing that bow ball from the Saugatuck boat right on the hands of the 3 women in the Cincinnati Juniors boat. And if anything, maybe Saugatuck starting to close the gap a couple of inches a stroke. But as soon as I say that, it looks like couple inches taken back the other way by Cincinnati Juniors. So this is a really good race up front between these two. Can Greenwich stay in third place? Are they going to continue to get pushed? It definitely looks like they're really being pushed. We don't see them in the picture here, but I'm looking out at the race course. Everybody is going now. It's Long Beach, it's Greenwich, and it's Mount St. Joseph, all in the mix for that third spot.
So even though we do have these two crews, Cincinnati and Saugatuck, that are out in front, there is a lot going on in terms of lead changes, who's staying close to one another between Greenwich, Long Beach, and Mount St. Joseph's for, again, who those next 3 spots are going to be in that A final that will join the 3 crews from the previous semifinal that we just saw come down the course. And here we are, 350 meters, 400 meters left to go for the leaders at this point in the race. It's not a lot of strokes compared to the number of strokes that they have taken. So sit up, sit back, open your eyes, breathe, and keep letting the blades go direct to the water and shoving those legs. You know, as a coach, I like to tell my athletes, sit back, stay on the seat, let the blades go straight in, because you know what? Tired legs are still going to be stronger than strong arms, so use those legs to your advantage, even though they are smoked at this point. And certainly Cincinnati Juniors, they wanted to put themselves in a position coming out of the time trial with the second fastest time, albeit quite a bit back from Row America Rye, but again, they weren't side by side. But the chips are falling as they did from that time trial, with Cincinnati Juniors setting the standard early and maintaining their lead over Saugatuck, who was the 3rd place boat out of that time trial. And now that we have at least 5 of these crews already into the red buoys, we're going to see all of them start to ramp it up. CRI is the only crew a little bit back of the pack, but I can imagine that they're going to try to ramp it up too, to get a little bit closer to what's going on in front of them. So still Cincinnati Juniors, as they rev it up a little bit, still Saugatuck in second behind them, but very, very close between the 2 crews on the far side of the course out of Long Beach and Greenwich. Who is going to take that 3rd spot, David?
Long Beach kind of coming out of nowhere. We haven't really talked about them a whole lot because Greenwich was solidly in 3rd place, but it's now Long Beach in 3rd place. As you have Cincinnati Juniors out in front, they're going to win this thing, it looks like, by 3/4 of a length ahead of Saugatuck. And Saugatuck is going to finish a length ahead of that 3rd place boat from Long Beach Juniors. They stayed patient, and they took 3rd place in the last 500 meters away from Greenwich crew, who will finish 4th ahead of Mount St. Joseph and CRI in the AB semifinal 2 of the women's under 17-8 here at our 2022 U.S. Rowing Youth National Championship from Nathan Benderson Park. As CRI comes across the line, and we finish with our semifinals of day 2 here Friday at our championship. And we will take a very short break, and then we're going to come back with the men's under 17 single D final.
I'm Alex Del Sordo with Rower's Choice, and this is U.S. Rowing's Man on the Beach. We have a fantastic race coming behind us, but with me is a special guest, Julia Rohrer of Temple University. Where is Temple?
Temple is in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, one of the best cities in the world, in my opinion.
It's my opinion that too. I mean, we've known each other a long time, but why are you here at Youth National Championships?
Yeah, so Youth Nationals is actually a great opportunity to do a lot of high-level recruiting, because usually the fastest crews and the fastest athletes in the country are racing here this weekend. So it's a great time for us to see them live in action and get to talk to them and their coaches for an entire weekend. Undivided attention. Undivided
attention. Now look at that. Now if you see Julia walking around with the big T right here on the chest and the T on the hat, come find her. She wants to talk Temple Rowing. Julia, thanks for being here.
Thank you so much, Alex.
More from us later. See ya.
We are about 700 meters into the men's under 17 single D final here. Out in the far lane, we have Harwin Sign from Tempe Juniors in lane 1. In lane 2, we have Charles Latimer from Seton Hall Prep. Lane 3 is Carter Pence from Greater Miami. In lane 4, Oliver Hinkle from Woodlands. Lane 5 is Owen Geiger out of South Eugene. Lane 6 is Connor Stone King out of Manhasset High School. Lane 7, we have Jacob Mendez from Los Gatos. And in lane 8, Lyndon Acevedo at Newport Sea Base here, showcasing the fact that we can have 8 boats on this course in their own lanes here in Sarasota, Bradenton, Florida.
Yep, Nathan Benderson Park, only place you're going to see 8 boats across in a fair race course in America is here at Nathan Benderson Park. You see a tremendous lead here for Carter Pence from Great Miami. And he is, look, 3 boat lengths of open water ahead of maybe second place is Charles Latimer from Seton Hall Prep. who is slightly ahead of, it looks like, Oliver Hinkle of the Woodlands out of Texas. And then you've got 4 boats connected, it looks like, after that. Maybe it's Harwin Singh of Tempe Jr., it's Connor Stone King of Manhasset, it's Jacob Mendez of Los Gatos, and Lyndon Acevedo of Newport Seabase. So this is a very competitive D final. Look at those boats come across, Lindsay, and how close they are to one another as they come through that halfway point. But it is Carter Pence with quite a commanding lead of 5.5 seconds as they come through the halfway point ahead of Charles Latimer of Seton Hall Prep.
A lot of great sculling that we're watching here on the course. From year to year that we get to do this, David, I love seeing how the caliber just continues to improve, and it's just so fun to watch that you can have this happen at these age groups, especially in a single. It can be very intimidating to get out there on a single in the bumpy conditions. Today we don't have bumpy conditions, so that definitely lends itself to having cleaner races, especially in these very, very small boats. But I have to say, I know that when I first started rowing the single, no matter what, you'd come over the little crest of the hill at Lake Mercer, and even like any tiny ripple on the course you were aware of, because these boats do move around quite a bit more than the bigger boats do. But all of the gentlemen out here on the water right now, all of the men that are out here on the in this U17 D final for this in the single, they seem to be managing everything that's happening right now quite well. Several races happening. We do have Carter Pence out of Great Miami out in front, but that's the only boat that seems to have broken away from the pack. We have quite a few crews that are very close to one another, so it's a couple of races happening within this 8-boat race.
So Carter Pence continues to lead, and then we've got some changes here potentially. Looks like Charles Latimer, Seton Hall Prep, sitting in second place, but here comes Harwin Singh of Tempe Jr. Those are the 2 boats sort of center top of the screen, behind Carter Pence of Great Miami. Actually, you pan then over, and you've got Oliver. No, that is Oliver Hinkle, I believe, as we come through, or maybe it's Carter Pence. So it's Carter Pence has been leading. We'll see if the graphic comes through. There's 500 meters left here in this 2,000-meter race for the under-17 D final of the men's single, and it is Carter Pence. Got a little bit taken aback by the fact that he's so far out in front. Didn't see him on the screen there. It's Carter Pence, and you can see he's got basically the same lead that he's had almost the whole way since we checked in with this race, of 2 to 3 boat lengths of open water back to Oliver Hinkle of Woodlands. And then it's it was Harwin Singh, but now it may be Charles Latimer. It's really hard to kind of tell because it's very, very bunched up behind your 2 leaders. So we do know it's Pence and Hinkle that are out in front, and then behind them, it's kind of anybody's race, because in these singles, really with the change in speed, as they start to wind it up, they start to empty the tanks. This is our last race at the Youth Nationals. This is a D final of the men's under-17 single, unless they're in some sort of other event as well. This will be it for them. This is it for their season, at least their championship high school season. And they're going to lay it out on the line. We'll see what happens in these final, really 300 meters for most of them.
And if you really take a look at what's going on, Harwin Singh is up there in lane 1 all the way on the top of the picture on the far side of the race course. So if you take a look back from here as the line comes across, I mean, you can see how it is. We still have Carter Pence and Oliver Hinkle out there in front, but Owen Geiger, Connor Stone King, Jacob Mendez, all of these guys, they are vying for that spot along with Harwin Singh. Those 4 boats are kind of across to sort out who it is that's going to fall for 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th place here. And then we have 2 other guys on the course as well that are pretty evenly matched as well, currently in 7th and 8th place.
So trying to go start to finish, really, at least from where we checked in, is Carter Pence of Great Miami. He's getting a real game challenge here by Oliver Hinkle. And is Oliver Hinkle going to grab the win at the last minute in the last couple of strokes? It's going to be a photo finish between the 2. Unbelievable. And the charge from Oliver Hinkle might have taken it, Lindsay, in the last 10 strokes. What a finish between the 2 of them. That is a race that they certainly both will never forget. As it comes through, it does look like unofficially, look at that, 0.04 of a second, Oliver Hinkle ahead of Carter Pence. What a race. It does look like Singh up there in lane 1 of Tempe Juniors will finish 3rd. And then it looked like Owen Geiger of South Eugene ahead of Connor Stone King as you start to see the rest of the times come through. What a race I mean, you can just see that proves the point that a single can really change speed in the last couple of strokes. And that's exactly what Oliver Hinkle did, just clipping Carter Pence at the line. What a race.
Look at this.
Okay, we're on the race course with our two-boat D final of the women's under-17 single, being led at the moment by Litchfield Hills' Addie Williams-Ness, just ahead of Elsa Crisati of Riverside Boat Club as they come through 1,000 meters. And they were connected until we got right about to 1,000 meters when Addie Williams-Ness decided to break the overlap there on Elsa Crisati. But this is a great match race that's going on. Both women at relatively low stroke ratings. And you can see starting to come back into the mix is Crisati of Riverside. So it was an overlap that was broken there at 1,000 meters. Now it is very much overlapped again. So this is a match race, you know, as we talked about the NCAA championships. When you race in college, a lot of times it's just two boats side by side. And that's what's going on here. This may be the D final, but this is still youth nationals. This is a youth national championship. This is the last race of a championship season, unless they're going to row over the summer at, you know, the various summer championships for these two women. And we'll see what happens in the second half of this race, because either one of them can win this final at this point.
And just by being here in this final, you are your top 21 U17 singles in the country. You know, Addie Williams-Ness did come in with a time about 9 seconds or so slower than what 8 seconds or so slower than what Elsa Crisati laid down in the time trial. However, what she's showing here, when you're side by side, the game changes a little bit. This is a dual race that we have, just as David mentioned, that's what you see a lot of times is just one other crew, because that's the amount of space that you have on the water where you're racing. Sometimes you might not get to race that much throughout the year, so you're really just racing against your teammates. So being side by side like this with a two-boat final, it might not be that foreign. What might be actually more foreign is to be in a 6-boat final, and certainly an 8-boat final, because there aren't very many courses throughout the country, let alone throughout the world, where you can actually line up in that way.
So it is the woman from Connecticut ahead of the woman from Massachusetts, or at least that's where they row, so I assume they live in those states. And it is Addie Williams-Ness ahead of Elsa Crisati. As you mentioned, Elsa Crisati did best Addie Williams-Ness in the time trial as they come through 1,500 meters, 500 meters to go in this dual race. I will remark that the stroke ratings are slightly different. Addie Williams-Ness at about a 30, Elsa Crisati at about a 28. So will that come into play, as Elsa Crisati is taking 2 less strokes per minute and has been really all the way down than Addie Williams-Ness? We'll find out. But it's going to be one of these. I have a feeling, Lindsay, this is going to be one of those races where one of them is just going to decide to go at some point. And is the other one going to be able to match it?
Kind of like a long track speed skate, right? It seems like everybody's pacing one another until the finish line is near, and then all of a sudden someone breaks away. Potentially that might be something that we're seeing, because in these singles races, it is just a time longer race. So you have to be a little bit more methodical in what it is that you're doing, because it's a lot of strokes that you're taking. It takes a lot more time to cover 2,000 meters in a single than it does to cover 2,000 meters in an 8 or a quad. Those boats are dramatically faster than what a single would be, and so you have to be patient. You have to breathe with it. It's a different type of race. It's a different type of approach.
So you can see on the camera there's some ripples. The wind's coming out of the west a little bit, so a little bit of a crosswind hitting these women on their right side as they get into the red buoys, the last 250. And to my eye, it does look like they're still connected. It does look like Addie Williams-Ness is continuing to lead Elsa Crisati. Will that change as they get into the last 200 meters of this D final of the women's under 17 single. And it is changing as Elsa Crisati has started to wind it up. And in that Riverside unisuit with those horizontal stripes is starting to move out to the lead.
Staying clean at this point, staying centered in your race, that it, gives way to making sure that you don't have distractions. All that you have to worry about is just pushing. You can see a couple of gusts happening here at this point, and that'll kind of push the boats around a little bit more than it would a bigger boat. And so anything that you can do to stay in the center of the lane or set yourself up knowing where the wind might be coming from, it's going to be important that you do that nice and early so that, again, all you do is push the legs as you go. And just as you suggested, David, it was pace each other, stay here, and then let's see who decides to ramp it up. And it was Elsa Crisati out of Riverside who decided to pull away in the last 300 meters or so. It really was only in the last bit of the race that she set up the margin that she had on Addie Williams-Nest, who had a lead for the vast majority of this 2,000-meter race.
Winning a race at Nationals is winning a race at Nationals. That was a D final of the women's under 17 single. We are already well underway and, in fact, approaching the 1,500 meter mark with a 3-boat D final. This is the men's under 17 double D final. You've got the Port Jefferson not currently in the picture. You've got Cleveland Foundry, who's leading, and you've got Long Lake are the 2 boats that are in the picture there. So it's Cleveland Foundry and Long Lake in the picture as you see them come through the signs there at 500 meters to go. But it is a 3-boat race. As I said, the Port Jefferson is in the race. Brockman and Van Law from the Port Jefferson. They're just sitting in 3rd place up there in lane 3. Right now it's Justice and Livingston of Cleveland Foundry Juniors ahead of Warford and Landreau of Long Lake.
All 3 of these crews managing the slightly changing, slightly variable conditions that we're seeing out here. It's an outdoor sport. We bring it up again. And as they do in these small boats, it's important that, the person in the bow sometimes might feel a little bit of a gust of wind slightly before the person at the stern, but you know that it's coming. You know what's happening. You're out on the course. You've warmed up in it. It gives you an opportunity to practice in all the types of conditions that you're going to see as you come down the course. And so each of them has experienced this before. Again, likely experienced it in practice. This is one of those things where, as a coach, do you make the decision to go out on the water? As long as it's safe for everyone to be out on the water, we go out on the water because it might happen when you're in the big races, which is what we're seeing right now. Variable conditions, it happens all the time. It doesn't have to be flat. It just has to be equally as wonky for everyone, which is what it appears to be. And so as these crews come down the course, these 2 leaders still are the Cleveland Foundry and Long Lake. Here are the 2 crews that are out in front, well clear of the Port Jefferson. But these 2 boats are very close to one another. They're definitely still overlapped, and as we ramp it up, we just saw a flip-flop with the previous race. Will there be a flip-flop in the closing strokes of this race as these 4 guys ramp it up in these doubles in the D final of the under 17 men's double?
This is going to come right down to the tape too. Really a good race. It looks like Long Lake decided in this last 500 meters that they had enough of sitting in 2nd place to Cleveland Foundry, and it does look like they will win the D final. Will the men from Minnesota and Long Lake, they will win it actually by a full length of open water now at the finish line, as Cleveland Foundry looks like they are just kind of cruising across the line there to take 2nd place in the D final of the men's under 17 double, and they will do that ahead of the Port Jefferson, who will finish in 3rd. So that was a 3-boat D final of the men's under 17 double, and we will see the Port Jefferson coming across the line, and these guys are leaving it out on the water for sure. They've ramped it up. Last race of the season, as I look down from the finish line tower, and the wind coming out of the west is so brisk that we're losing some beach sand to the path. And I'm looking down the race course. It does look like we have a start in the next race, which will be the women's installment, the women's under 17 double D final. And we will come back to that shortly.
I'm Alex Delsor with Rower's Choice, and this is US Rowing's Man on the Beach, and I have found 2 fantastic coaches from North Carolina, Aaron and Jason, head coach and assistant coach. Aaron, day 1 here at Youth National Championships, How excited are you to be here?
Oh, we're super excited. It's great because unlike regular racing, the time trials, they just keep coming. You know, they just keep coming, and they're real close. And yeah, it's been really fun. We've seen a bunch of kids.
And Jason, how long have you been in the rowing world here?
Well, this is my first year coaching with Aaron at UNC, and I guess I started rowing back in high school, 2004.
Heck yeah! Well, the mustache is fantastic. So, North Carolina, not too far away from Florida. It's about what, 10-hour drive from here?
I don't know.
12 hours?
All the time.
He's the one that does it all the time.
All the time.
So, what are you looking for? Why are you guys here for this race?
Oh, a couple reasons. Great chance for us to see some of our kids that are going to be coming to UNC next year and the year after. Also, getting to talk to coaches, and then just watching rowing. And part of it too is like stuff like this is just being seen, so that kids can put names with faces. And when we, make those phone calls or send that email, they kind of know like who's on the other end of it.
Well, I love the blue because we're very close to that.
Good.
But anyone out there, if you find these two fantastic coaches, Aaron and Jason, come take a look. Come talk to them. Talk about UNC. Talk about rowing. Talk about college rowing. More from us later. Thanks.
All right, you are watching Rochester, Home and Bartus, who are out in front of this D final, the women's under 17 double. You can see with a tremendous lead of quite a bit of open water. That boat coming into the picture, I believe, is the boat from Concord. No, excuse me, that is the boat from First Coast. Ilse and Duval all the way up there at the top of the race course in lane 1. As I look at the race course, and I'm trying to count the boats. We may be missing one, so that's going to throw us off just a little bit. But we do see a good race going on here between these two boats. Does look like the boat closer to us is, well, they have a lane 4 bow card.
It's going to be Oregon Unlimited
Yeah,
out
Oregon
in
Unlimited
front.
must be the one out front.
Yeah, with Rochester in second place to them. And it looks as though it is First Coast out there on that outside lane in lane 1, set up simply by their position in the time trial. That's why they're way over there instead of in the middle, who is potentially in third place here. It's a little bit of a challenge at this point when the crews aren't wearing dark colors to see them on the course. But we do have 6 boats out there. Lake Oswego out of Oregon. They're on this nearest lane, lane 7, closest to the shore. So currently our current leaders by a significant margin is Oregon Unlimited, followed by Rochester, then First Coast currently sitting in third place. And it looks as though in the lane next to them at a Concord is going to be in fourth place with it appears to be Lake Oswego. They're potentially vying very closely with Concord, with only Money and Harrison out of Maritime, a little bit off the pace of the pack.
Yeah, and it's not Concord, it's Brookline, according to the times at 500 meters to go. Obviously, we're doing our best here with the conditions, taking some of our cameras out of play, but it is, it is Oregon Unlimited way out in front here, and it is second place is Rochester, Home and Bartus. And then it is First Coast in that blue boat all the way up there in lane 1. First Coast appears that they have certainly tried to wind it up. They're trying to go. We'll see if maybe they can track down Rochester. This is a D final of the women's under 17 double, and it is very soundly going to be won, it appears, by Oregon Rowing Unlimited in what has changed into a headwind conditions here at Nathan Benderson Park. How quickly things can change. We haven't had a headwind in 2 days, but all of a sudden we do for the last few races here of day 2. As Oregon Rowing Unlimited gets to about 5 strokes from the finish line. And then it does look like Rochester is going to probably hold off First Coast. This will be your top 3. And then it does look like Brookline is ahead of Lake Oswego and Maritime.
Yeah, we lost our boat there in lane 2 with Concord, so 6 of the 7 boats here are making their way down the race course, and that's where that little hiccup came in the deciding who was who at this point in the race. But the one thing that we know for certain in the who was who is that Oregon Unlimited created a lot of space between themselves and the rest of the field and came across the line unofficially in first place in this D final of the U17 double. Very close there between Rochester and First Coast, but it does appear that Rochester might have crossed the line just ahead of First Coast, with Brookline looking to be our 4th place, followed by Lake Oswego and Maritime.
So when they launched, Lindsay, I don't think they knew that the race would be this long, but this headwind certainly slowed these women down quite a bit, but they are finishing up their season here in this D final of the women's under 17 double, as we see the gold of Lake Oswego Community Rowing, Birdsall, and Little a couple strokes from the line, and they will finish ahead of that gold shell of Harrison and Monty from Maritime Rowing. So that was the women's under 17 double D final. On the race course, as I look down, is the D final of the men's under 17 4 with Coxon. And they're on the race course. And to my eye, it looks like we have all 5, so we'll set the field as soon as we get a picture on them. As you see Maritime coming across the line. Here we go with the picture right on the wave attenuator and through 500 meters with this race already. Approaching 750, your field furthest from the camera is Dayton. Then it's Capital City in lane 3 out of Tallahassee, Florida. Lane 4 is Pocock. Lane 5, Cincinnati Juniors. And in lane 6 is Charlotte Youth. And the 4 boats that are in the picture at the moment appear to be the boats from Dayton, Capital City, Pocock, and Cincinnati Juniors, but I'm not positive about that. We have a fifth boat there, Charlotte, and to my eye, it looks like they may be the boat that is actually off the pace in lane 5. But we'll see how it shapes up as it goes down. If I'm correct, it does look like, excuse me, out in front is Pocock.
And even though Pocock is out in front, it does appear to be that Dayton seems to be moving pretty slickly there, trying to keep pace with what Pocock is laying down here early in the race. But Pocock does have whatever it is they're doing there that gave them the advantage early on. They are almost at about a stern overlap there with Dayton in the far lane, and then in the next lane nearest to them is going to be just on the inside Cincinnati Juniors, who appears to be in third place. I agree, David, with the 4 crews that we have out in front here with who they potentially will be. But again, unless we have a little pan out, we can't quite tell exactly where they're laying it down. But still, as we cross into the next 500 meters of the race, it is Pocock that crosses the line in first, with Dayton very close there behind, as I mentioned, moving pretty slickly there, looking to take back some of the lead. And as soon as I mentioned that, they cross into the 1,000, getting into the third 500 here. It looks like Pocock had a move up their sleeve in the third 500, and that has allowed them to turn it up just another notch to see if they could take clear water on the remainder of the field, who is in the top 4 boats that we're currently seeing, rounded out by Cincinnati Juniors and then Capital City. They're sitting in 4th place.
So it's Pocock, Dayton, Cincinnati, and Capital City in your picture in that order, although you can see just how close it is between Dayton and Cincinnati Juniors. Pocock from Seattle, Washington, as if you read The Boys in the Boat, you will recognize the name Pocock and the fact that they are out of the state of Washington. And there is a boat manufacturer named Pocock as well. As you see here, it's a back and forth, and it's so close. Maybe now finally it's Cincinnati Juniors that's pulled just slightly ahead of Dayton at 12:50. But look at this race that's going on between these two. Tremendous, even in a D final. Again, this is the last race of the season. They came from all over the country to be here, and they're going to lay down their piece and make sure that they finish their season, as that is exactly what Pocock is doing out in front of the field.
Staying nice and smooth here, and as we saw early on, Dayton that wanted to get back into Pocock's lead, they were sitting in 2nd place, and they've certainly been overtaken by Cincinnati Juniors here in this third 500 of the race. Cincinnati setting themselves up for a little confidence boost with less than 500 meters to go. So will they ramp it up and take even more of a margin, or will that give Dayton just enough inspiration to kind of get back into it from where they were? It is Capital City there in the picture in the dark hull, who is still sitting in 4th place.
And you're about to see
Which would put
the
Charlotte
5th boat here, Charlotte Youth, coming into the picture. And that is definitely Charlotte Youth. I know it because of sort of the checkerboard unisuits that they have had since, I believe, their inception, but certainly as long as I have been announcing Youth Nationals. And you can see that they are off the pace, but again, finishing up their season. It's Pocock out in front, and it continues to be relatively close between Dayton and Cincinnati Juniors. Those two boats definitely connected. It's Capital City out of Tallahassee sitting in 4th place, and then Charlotte Youth. So is Pocock going to hang on? It definitely looks like 2nd place now very clearly is Cincinnati Juniors as they start to come through and into the last 250 meters here of our men's under 17 4 with coxswain D final.
As we're entering this closing 150 meters or so, Cincinnati Juniors has certainly revved it up because You can see where they wanted to start to put pressure on Pocock. Pocock has revved it up in response, and as a result of that, Pocock is maintaining their open water lead over our current second place Cincinnati, who now third place is clearly Dayton, who still has a slight edge over Capital City. Capital City definitely pushed back into that lead that Dayton had on them, so they have regained overlap with the rest of the field. So in fourth place, they now have a little bit of overlap with Dayton, but will Dayton break it in the last couple of strokes here as they cross the line? So in first in this D final of the U17 Coxed Fours is Pocock, followed by Cincinnati Juniors, then Dayton in the far outside lane, lane 2, followed by Capital City in the blue hull, and in the checkered unisuits here on the near shore is Charlotte Youth.
We will take a quick break before we return with the women's under 17 D final of the 4, and that will be a 2-boat side-by-side dual race.
Here we are about to enter the last 500 of the women's U17 Coxed Fours D final with lane 4, Capital City out of Tallahassee, Florida, and in lane 5, Olin Tangi out of Lewis Center, Ohio. And it appears that Capital City out of Tallahassee, Florida is well clear of their opponent here in this dual race, the D final race that we have in the U17 Coxed Fours. From start to finish, it was Capital City out in front, just extending their lead stroke by stroke as they just chip away at this 2,000-meter course. Slight headwind that we have, picked up on the course here, so time variability from morning to afternoon is slightly changed, where earlier in the day we had a tailwind, and now we have a little bit of a headwind. Making for a headwind does create a slightly longer race depending on the wind and the boat class, which then spaces out crews, which is part of what you're seeing here.
Capital City, as you saw, leading Olentangy by 30 seconds at 500 meters to go in this D final of the women's under 17-4 with Coxon. But again, this is a race at Nationals. It's the last race for these athletes, and they are going to leave it out here as you start to see Capital City even winding it up a little bit, even though they have that considerable gap back to Olentangy. They are letting it rip, and they're definitely going to leave their energy on the water here at Nathan Benderson Park into this headwind. Headwind probably makes the boat a little bit more stable typically, but certainly it means that you're going to go a little bit slower down the race course, and that's what we're seeing with the times, obviously. But it's going to be Capital City from up the road in Tallahassee, the state capital of Florida, that's going to win this D final of the women's under 17-4 with Coxon. In a boat called the Stevens 5, which they have borrowed or rented from Sarasota Crew. As you hear the horn go off, they will finish ahead of Olentangy. As you said, Lindsay, from the Columbus area in Ohio. So they will take that match race, will Capital City. That was the D final of the women's under 17-4 with Coxon. Next race we will find ourselves watching is going to be a men's quad race. It's going to be the men's under 17 quad D final. And it's set up for 8 boats across. As I look down the race course, it does look like we have full 8 boats across, which again, other race courses, we probably would have had to eliminate 2 of these boats, and it would have only been 6 across. But here at Nathan Benderson Park, we can run 8. So that's what we're going to do. We'll come back shortly with the 8 boat across men's under 17 quad D final.
And here we are crossing 750 meters into the men's U17 Quad D final. Let's place the field here for all 8 boats across. We're using all the lanes 1 through 8 out here in this D final. Out in lane 1, the far side of the course, is Whitfield. Lane 2, Queen City. Lane 3, Germantown Friends. Lane 4, Ridgewood. Lane 5, Maritime. Lane 6, Indianapolis. Lane 7, Dallas, and lane 8 is Lincoln Park.
8 boats across, and as we have seen from the get-go, it's Germantown Friends. They were at the first checkpoint first. It appears that they will come through the second checkpoint at halfway, also in first place, about a half a length ahead of the boat in lane 5 from Maritime, who, as you will see on the screen, will be about a second or less ahead of the boat from Ridgewood. Those are your 3 that are in the screen here. What is that? 0.2 of a second. So I overestimated that, although Maritime has moved out even a little bit more from Ridgewood at this point. Ridgewood out of New Jersey, Maritime out of Connecticut, Germantown Friends out of the Philadelphia area. That is a good picture there of Queen City, who is sitting in 4th place. As we pan through the field, that appears to be Whitfield. Queen City is Cincinnati, Ohio. That's a new team to me. May not be a new team to Youth Nationals, but very likely is. As we pan back up to the front of the field again, and you can see Maritime really closing the gap now.
And extending their lead. We are at a slight angle here with the camera going across those buoys, so it's not dead level across them. But either way, it does look as though Maritime has extended their lead a little bit on Ridgewood, who is sandwiched between them and Germantown Friends, who is the team that set the tone a little bit early here, got out to an earlier lead. Definitely a different camera angle here. That early lead that Germantown Friends had is being cut down quite a bit by Maritime as we are well into the third 500, nearly about to cross into the last quarter of this race. So with Maritime gaining ground here, you can see the bow guy there in that boat, 2-seat there in that Maritime quad, taking a peek over, looking to urge his teammates on here because they are in here in a straight quad, no coxswain in there, so it's just them doing the job of rowing, staying together, calling the race plan, steering, knowing what's going on the course. And as they're doing that, Maritime, it's helping them just chip away at the lead that Germantown Friends had on them early on in the race.
So that lead is only 0.3 of a second at 500 meters to go, with Maritime sitting just behind Germantown Friends, but about 3 seconds ahead of Ridgewood. Queen City's still in the mix, although about 4 seconds behind Ridgewood, so it's about the same gap that they had at the halfway point. You see a good close race there going on, I believe, between Dallas and Indianapolis.
I could be wrong, but from this angle, it looks as though Maritime has overtaken Germantown Friends to regain to take the lead for potentially the first time in the race, or is pretty near close to it as they are about to cut into the last 250 meters. Those red buoys that represent the last 250 meters of this race. So as we cross into those buoys and we regain a better vantage point, perhaps the spectators on shore directly across from that yellow hull of Maritime, if they haven't taken the lead, they are surging into the lead that Germantown Friends has held for the entire race, with Ridgewood still in 3rd place behind our current leaders.
Yeah, I think it's Germantown Friends still out in front here. Maritime may have sniffed the lead and they may have taken it for a couple of strokes, but it appears to be Germantown Friends continuing to lead now as they get into the last 15 strokes to the line of this D final, the men's under 17 quad. All these athletes under 17 years of age, 16 or younger, and it's going to be Germantown Friends. Looks like they're going to hang on ahead of Maritime, two crews with quite a history in quad racing and sculling.
And they certainly revved it up there in those last 250 meters. You can see it in the body language. You can see it in the stroke rate, everything about it. And they move back out to clear water ahead of Maritime in that yellow hull, crossing in 2nd place. It is going to be 3rd unofficially, with Ridgewood in between in 3rd place. Coming in 4th place would be the Queen City out on the far side of the course, with a very, very tight race happening. As you can see, these athletes from in lanes 6 and 7, Indianapolis and Dallas, looking straight at one another as they come down to the wire here, the last couple of strokes of the race. And it does appear that Indianapolis out of lane 6 bested Dallas there, but before either of them crossed the line, Whitfield rounded out your top 5, with Indianapolis coming in 6th, Dallas in 7th, and Lincoln Park 8th.
That race between Indianapolis and Dallas was like that for at least the last 500 meters. So quite the race between those two, as the boat from Lincoln Park comes across the line to finish our men's under 17 quad D final. Next race that's already on the race course is the women's under 17 quad D final, and we will bring it to you shortly.
And here we are as we approach the last 500 meters of the women's U17 Quad D final. In lane 3, we have Cleveland Foundry Juniors. In lane 4, Oak Neck Academy. Lane 5, Lake Phelan. And in lane 6 is Germantown Friends. Our current leader, who has been leading the way, having taken a significant margin very early on in this race, is Oak Neck Academy out there in front. They have clear water on the rest of the field with what has been a very tight race between places 2 and 3 the entire way down the race course so far.
Yeah, I'm trying to confirm with my eyes that we know exactly. It's certainly Oak Neck Academy appears to be out in front. And then it's a little bit hard to know exactly. It does look like Cleveland Foundry is sitting in second place. As the times start to come through, that's going to help us. And then it is Lake Phelan, as we thought. Times at 1,000 threw us off there a little bit because we thought, based upon the schedule, that Germantown Friends was in fourth place. That is confirmed here now by the times. Lake Phelan out of Minnesota, coming quite a long way here to Youth Nationals in Sarasota, Florida. This is a very, very spaced out D final in the women's under 17 quad, but a win is a win, and Oak Neck Academy trying to go start to finish and cement that win in this D final. And they are almost into the red buoy line, and then all 4 of those rowers are going to know that they are free to wind it up and finish their season.
And not just finish their season, finish it under the sun here that is poked back out after a few of those little storms passed by, the wind calmed back down. Lovely weather that we are having here as they wrap up this 2,000-meter race in the U17 women's D final here. It is Oak Neck Academy clearly out in front. Will they take another step to just put a stamp on their race that they are having right now to lay down the best 4 quarters of racing that they've had so far this season together?
Oak Neck Academy, 12 strokes from the finish line. And you can see they've got about 30 to 40 open meters back to second place, Cleveland Foundry Juniors, who also have open water back to Lake Phelan. Lake Phelan with a tremendous amount of open water back to Germantown Friends. Very spaced out field, as going to win the D final is going to be Oak Neck Academy. Start to finish and in style, in command the whole way, Oak Neck Academy will win the D final. And again, they will do it ahead of second place all the way, Cleveland Foundry Juniors, Lake Phelan, and Germantown Friends. 2 more races left in our program for day 2, and they are 2 8s races. We'll start with the D final of the men's under 17-8, and we will finish the day with the D final of the women's under 17-8 here at our 2022 U.S. Rowing Youth National Championship. All right, this is the penultimate race of our program, day 2. It's men's under 17 8D final. You're looking at third and fourth place, Greater Lawrence and Arlington Belmont, and a launch in between them. And then your leader out there is Dallas United. They're ahead of Westerville quite considerably. You can see Dallas United on the right side of the screen. You can see that they have a tremendous amount of open water ahead of Westerville. That's a good shot there of Dallas United. Obviously out of Dallas, Texas. What other Dallas exists in my mind? No other one does. As they come through 500 meters to go, I'm sure there's Dallases in other states. I don't want to discount that. But as we come through 500 meters to go, we're going to see the times come through. And it does look like Dallas United's got about 4 to 5 boat lengths of open water on Westerville.
And for those 4 to 5 boat lengths that, David, you mentioned over Westerville does appear to have clear water over the then third place Greater Lawrence on the near shore, with Arlington Belmont over on the far side looking up to be the fourth placed crew in this 4-boat D final.
Yeah, 11 seconds there for Dallas United over Westerville. But we still have these 2 boats connected for third and fourth place. It's Greater Lawrence ahead of Arlington Belmont as those 2 come through 500 meters to go. So we're in the last 500 meters with all 4 boats in this D final, the men's under 17-8, trying to go start to finish and win the D final, winning a race at Nationals. No small feat is Dallas United. And it does look like they very well will hang on as they get into the red buoys. Last 250 meters for Dallas United. Again, their gap on Westerville was 11 seconds at 500 meters to go. If I had to guess, it's a little bit more at this point because they really have started to wind it up and move away.
And they know they have, say, less than 25 strokes for sure to the finish line here, and they're just going to rev it up and just have fun with it here at this point. They know that this is their last race of this Youth National Championships, at least in this lineup, so why not just leave it all on the course, make a statement, hey, we want to go the fastest time that we possibly can all the way down the course. And as they do it, it does extend their lead that they currently have over Westerville there in the checkered uni, checkered blades, who has a significant margin over the 2 trailing boats in this particular race. It does still appear that Greater Lawrence has a slight advantage over Arlington Belmont, but it also does look like Arlington Belmont wants to rev it up and take back into that lead just a little bit, if not overtake them. They want to get back into that lead a little bit.
Coming across the line, winning the D final of the men's under 17-8 is Dallas United. They will do it ahead of Westerville, out of Ohio, and then it's going to be Greater Lawrence, who it does appear is going to hang on. These 2 blue boats that have been connected all the way. I mean, Arlington Belmont is really trying to challenge Greater Lawrence, but it does look like with a couple strokes to the line, Greater Lawrence will hang on for third place ahead of fourth place Arlington Belmont. Finishing up the D final of the men's under 17-8. And we have one more race in day 2 of our 2022 U.S. Rowing Youth National Championship from Nathan Benderson Park. And it will be the women's under 17-8, which we will bring to you shortly. Last race of the day, and look at this race that we have in these first 500 meters. This is the women's under 17.8 D final. Let me set the field. It's 5 boats. Greater Lawrence is at the far side away from the camera. Then it's DC National, City Island out of New York. Then it's Ursuline and Sammamish. So those are your 5 boats. And it does look like City Island is slightly out in front, or maybe not even. City Island always showing us those pink blades, pink hats or visors, helping us out. And it looks like they're even in maybe a pink boat. It's a little hard to tell, but it does look like it's almost Pepto-Bismol colored pink. Standing out to us as it looks like DC National trying to push into the lead there at 500 meters.
And Ursuline there is also up there in the top 3, maybe a few seats back, maybe not quite a half length back from our current leaders, another crew out of the Dallas, Texas area. So a lot more happening in that Texas area where more and more crews are showing up and producing. So nice to see crews blossoming in areas that maybe where rowing wasn't previously as popular, and now it's just continuing to grow. I love seeing these clubs crop up in new places. So as we pan through, that is the Ursuline crew that we're painting across there with, it looks like Greater Lawrence there in the far back of the picture with Sammamish here in lane 6 on the near side of the picture. But again, still out in front are the crews, is the crew from City Island in those pink hats. And I imagine that they have lengthened out as you look down the race course, panning from the back side of the crews. It does look like we have a slight curvature to it where those center lanes are the ones that are out in front and the outside lanes are the ones that are out and back. And sure enough, we do still have here City Island here with the Pink Hats and DC National right with them, going right along with them. Maybe a seat or two exchange in between.
City Island out of the Bronx, New York, and you can see that it's basically just a deck for City Island right now ahead of DC National. So this has been quite the race. You can see, if you look at the other end of the boat, you can see where the coxswain is in the City Island boat relative to the rowers there in the DC National boat. And if you're looking closely, you can see that City Island continues to sort of move away. They're taking about a foot a stroke at this point right now as we approach the halfway point in this women's under 17.8 D final, our final race of day 2 here at the U.S. Rowing Youth National Championship. And it is the pink of City Island. And they have now swelled out to 3/4 of a length. Pretty soon that coxswain is going to be sitting on the bow ball of DC National as they come through 1,000 meters. Still sitting in 3rd place is Ursuline Academy of Dallas. And that is the boat that's right in your picture there in lane 5 in that red boat with the red blades with what looks like a white cross. And then you've got Sammamish getting ahead of Greater Lawrence. Sammamish is in a white boat. They're going to be closest to the camera there. And they have just gotten slightly ahead of Greater Lawrence, at least at that halfway point.
You know, and that was a near perfect angle there on those buoys. That's one of those, course corrections you need. You got to be right across those buoys to really tell what's happening in terms of who's doing what and moving there. At that point, it was about 1.8 seconds separating our leaders, City Island, from second place, DC National at that point. And so that was less than a full boat length. They certainly didn't have clear water, which is what they appear to have now. So, from the strokes that they took, they've taken a large margin just in the last 250 meters. So the difference between the first 1,000 and the second 1,000, we continue to see that as soon as that 1,000-meter mark hits, if someone's making a slight move at that point, sometimes the camera pans away and we come back, and now they've just continued to crawl away from the rest of the field, which this is not only the final race of day 2 of the 2022 U.S. Rowing Youth National Rowing Championships, but this is the D final, the final for the 5 boats that we have out on the course right now in this women's U17-8. And City Island, again, in the pink hats with the pink blades, staying composed, staying together, staying tidy, and listening to what the coxswain has to say for the first 5.5 minutes has put them well ahead of the rest of the field. In the third 500, as we are now crossing into the last 500 meters of the race, Ursuline is still hanging in there with DC National from the angle that we have. It's still a viable race between those two crews to see who's going to sort it out for second place. But both of them, both DC National and Ursuline, still appear to be pretty solidly clear of both Greater Lawrence and Sammamish. Sammamish being the crew that's currently sitting in 4th place.
So that's your field. It has spaced out. We had quite an exciting race there for at least the first half, maybe the first 500 meters. Started to space out with City Island really kind of throwing a lot of punches there. They were taking, about a foot or two a stroke for quite a while, and they have a bunch of open water. City Island out of Bronx, New York, they row, I believe, in Long Island Sound. And in their pink, they're out in front. And they're trying to win this D final of the women's under 17.8. Good picture there of Sammamish. Sammamish with a full length now on Greater Lawrence, maybe breaking the overlap. Is the Sammamish coxswain is asking for that overlap to be broken. Good picture there of City Island. Maybe that boat is actually red, but it certainly they have shown their pink in the past to us. It is City Island ahead of that boat there from DC National in the white and the either dark navy or black. And City Island continues to stay in front of the boat from Ursuline Academy of Dallas. Nope, maybe it's pink. We've lost so much sun.
It does look pink, yeah.
It does look pink
It
now.
is pink, yep.
As they get in front of us, it's going to be City Island. They are 5 strokes to the line to finish up and win the D final of the women's under 17.8. And they will do it. Will City Island winning their final race of the season. And they're going to do it ahead of DC National, who will finish a little bit of open water ahead of Ursuline Academy of Dallas, with Sammamish turning the tables there on Greater Lawrence. Greater Lawrence had the lead on Sammamish early, but Sammamish is going to finish with a full length, maybe some open water advantage on Greater Lawrence. So that's going to do it, Lindsay, for day 2 of our 2022 U.S. Rowing Youth National Championship from Nathan Benderson Park. And we look forward to some exciting racing tomorrow and Sunday. They're going to be slightly shorter days, but as you can see, the program is stacked with all kinds of races, a bunch of new races. We're going to be handing out new national championships that have never been handed out, maybe by about the dozen this weekend. So we thank you for listening, watching live on YouTube. If you've been watching at home, you're watching on your phones here at the park. You are watching live on our Jumbotron. We will welcome you back tomorrow to day 3. But that is going to be a wrap on day 2 of the 2022 U.S. Rowing Youth National Championships from Sarasota, Bradenton, Florida.